right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started with our City Council meeting this evening. We appreciate all of you in attendance. To begin tonight's meeting, we'll have an opening that will be provided by Councilmember Page, after which a variety of scouts from different troops who are with us tonight, led by Ethan, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we're truly grateful to be here this night. We're appreciative of the many blessings that we receive as being citizens of Kaysville. We're thankful for all those who serve our community, for the police and the fire and the other ones and the volunteers and the employees of Kaysville. We ask thee that would be with them and bless them in all that they do, protect them and in their service as they serve us. We ask thee that thy spirit would be here in abundance, that our communications will be not only appropriate, but we'll have a wonderful opportunity to express opinions and feelings, and that a diversity of thought will be here so we can make good decisions. And we pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Page and Scouts, for being with us this evening. We do have agendas available on the wall over here to your left. You're more than welcome to grab one and check off as we move through this evening's agenda. Before we get started on our items this evening, we'll have introductions. My name is Steve Hyatt, and I serve as the mayor of Kaysville City.
Jake Garn, Kaysville City Council.
Dave Adams.
Susan Lee, City Council.
Chris Snell, City Council.
Larry Page, City Council.
Shane Scott, City Manager.
Maria Devereaux, City Recorder.
Andy Thompson, Engineer.
Jordan Hansen, Mapping and IT.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is Volunteer of the Month. We'll turn the time to Councilmember Chris Snell.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, as it's the first council meeting of the month of October, it is my privilege to recognize another volunteer from Kaysville City who has provided a lot of service and a lot of time and effort over the years into making Kaysville activities and community events great. So I'm pleased to announce and recognize Kristen Monteith as the Volunteer of the Month for October. I'll tell you a little bit about her, and then we'll welcome Kristen to come up and we can applaud, and the council will have a photo taken with you. Kristen Monteith moved to Kaysville with her family in June of 2011. In an effort to get involved in the community, she joined the Celebrate Heritage Park Committee and has loved working on the Arts and Musical Festival and the Monster Mash and Dash. You can find her judging auditions and organizing interactive activities for the Arts and Musical Festival and on stage running minute-to-win-it games, the pie eating contest, and distributing prizes at Monster Mash and Dash, which is coming up this weekend, by the way. You can also find Kristen and her family participating in many of Kaysville's awesome programs and events. They love the Daddy-Daughter Dance, Kaysville Idol, the 4th of July Block Party and the Parade, football, soccer, and basketball. Kristen, her husband Braden, and their children Bryn, Cody, Abby, and Macy love being part of this community and calling Kaysville home. Please join me in giving a big thanks to Kristen Monteith and for everything that she does for Kaysville Parks and Recreation. Kristen. as a token of our appreciation, we have a plaque for you here so that everybody can see that. And then we've also got well, you win it, you've got a decal for your car. I had one of these on my car and my kids hated it, so they were humiliated. So, and then we got a little gift card for you. To have it made out. All right.
Thanks so much.
Council, would you join me up here? Photo. Tracy, are you able to take that photo? Front and center. Oh, we got another photographer over here. Thank you. We really can't have our activities be successful without our volunteers, so thanks again, Chris.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Snell. Next on our agenda is Kaysville Liberty Tree. I have with us this evening Carson Robb. We'll turn the time to Carson. Also one of our student body officers at Davis High School. Appreciate you being here.
Good evening, Mayor Hyatt and Kaysville City Council. I'd first like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and secondly, thank you for your persistent efforts to make our city a better place. My name is Carson Robb, and I have the privilege of presenting you tonight with the recently completed Kaysville City Liberty Tree. The story of the Liberty Tree begins in Boston early on the morning of August 14, 1765. Heavy carts rumbled along Orange Street past the house of Deacon Jacob Elliott and his grove of elm trees. In the half-light of dawn, a passerby glanced at the largest of these trees and was amazed to see a body hanging from the branch. People began to gather around the tree. As the light improved, they discovered that the body was an effigy, marked with the initials AO, which everyone looked to be Andrew Oliver, a Boston merchant who had agreed to collect the new stamp tax that the British Parliament had levied on the colonies not too long ago. The crowd grew to look at such a revolutionary sight. The spirit of the crowd around Deacon Elliott's elm tree was at first happy, even festive. Through the afternoon, there was a carnival of laughter and also much serious talk of fair freedom and lost liberty. Here, the colonial vision of public liberty combined with personal security, personal liberty, and private property. It was a combination of collective rights and individual responsibilities, very different from our modern-day ideas of collective responsibility and individual entitlement. At sunset, the crowd at the tree grew larger and its mood changed. 50 gentlemen actors appeared, cut down the effigy, stuffed it in a coffin, and carried it through the town as a funeral procession. Behind they marched a long column of Bostonmen shouting, "Liberty and property for all." As a symbol of that cause, the Liberty Tree instantly became a Boston institution. The open space beneath its branches was named Liberty Hall and used for many purposes, public and private. Soon news of such a public place where one could discuss individual liberties and private property spread across the colonies. Liberty trees appeared in Cambridge, Persham, Roxbury, Norwich, Newport, Providence, and many other towns throughout all the 13 colonies. Liberty trees became an ideal symbol of what our liberty was to be. Whatever the species, the colonial liberty tree were giants of old growth, deeply rooted in the soil of the New World. The Liberty elm in Providence was so big that it is even dedicated from a large platform in its upper branches. That isn't the Kaysville Liberty Tree, but one day maybe it can get there. These trees were formally dedicated to liberty. From the start, the Liberty Tree was a political instrument for uniting the communities of New England in the patriot cause. Eventually, as the ideas of the Liberty Tree spread, these trees acted in uniting all the colonies toward the radical idea of independence. John Adams once said of one of these gatherings beneath the original Liberty Tree in Boston, "This is cultivating the sensation of freedom. All the politic in promoting these festivals, for they tinge the minds of the people. They impregnate them with the sentiments of liberty. They render the people fond of their leaders and the cause, and adverse and bitter against all opposers to liberty." After the original Liberty Tree was destroyed by a loyalist mob in 1775, the Bostonian people revolted again and made a flag for all colonies to use for the purpose that they may know one another, which today is recognized as our nation's first flag. With a green Liberty Tree symbol adorned at the center of a white flag, the words were written below in bold letters reading, "An appeal to heaven." Forever, the Liberty Tree was engraved on our national history. After learning of these things in my personal studies of early American history, I decided I want Kaysville to have a Liberty Tree. Thus, the Kaysville City Liberty Tree was born. This is not an Eagle Scout project or any group-affiliated project. I only wanted to give back to my community who has given me so much. The generous donations by citizens in one local business to Fay Orthodontics helped me purchase the beautiful plaque to be placed in front of a young oak tree located in Kaysville Heritage Park just north of the library. This is the plaque, and that's where it is. The plaque reads, "In commemoration of the 240th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, dedicated to those who fought bravely in the American Revolutionary War, our founding fathers, and the citizens of the city who have and will continue the fight to defend our liberties." The Kaysville City Liberty Tree, I hope, will last forever. May we never forget our story, and may we never forget our American liberty, for which millions before us have perished to preserve. And then if we go to the next slide, we can see that this is where it's located, just north of the library in the new beautiful Kaysville Heritage Park. And then if we go to the next slide, I took this picture today. I got permission from Parks and Rec to put those flags there. And that's the plaque. And so I would just like to encourage not only the City Council, if they ever have a chance, but also all the citizens here and throughout Kaysville to go and visit it and to reminisce our history. Because I do believe that by understanding our history, we can understand each other more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John. I'd just say, Carson, on behalf of a very grateful community, thanks for seeing something, having the vision, and taking action to make it happen. It's exciting to not only hear about what your vision was, but to get a report that you've already made it happen. And thanks to Fay Orthodontics and all the other private individuals that helped you make this happen. It's certainly a great sign of great leadership in our young future leaders of the community in our country. And we could give Carson another big round of applause for all of his efforts. Thank you. The next on our agenda is follow-up using data in decision related to the general plan and zoning. Turn the time to Devin Hill.
Thank you. My purpose this evening is to thank the City Council and staff for your efforts to use accurate and objective data in decisions related to the general plan and zoning. I also want to introduce and recommend that the heat map that's been created begin to be utilized so the Council, Planning Commission, and citizens have a clearer picture of the dispersion of housing units throughout Kaysville. You can see the heat map here that's been generated. The staff did a great job of putting this together, and I really thank them for their efforts and the work that they did. There's two specific things that I think are important for you as a council, planning commission, as well as citizens to understand about this heat map. The first is that due to available housing unit data not being adequate to generate this type of map, the heat map was generated using electrical meter data with the assumption that one residential electrical meter represents one unit of housing. You'll notice on the legend it says points per square mile. My understanding is a point represents one electrical meter. To make electrical meter data work, the staff excluded commercial or other public building electrical meters. Also, in rare cases, there are some multi-unit housing structures with only one electrical meter. In these cases, the staff has done their best to manually adjust the data to reflect the proper number of housing units in that location. The second item that's important for you to understand is that the heat map does not reflect what I call citizen density, meaning the movement of citizens in the area to patronize businesses, attend school, play at the park. Due to commercial and other public buildings or areas being excluded, an area that is green on the map may actually have a high-density fill or environment during daytime or business hours due to the movement and traffic of people through that area. Now, I'd also like to recommend that the council and staff continue to improve the available housing unit data. The housing unit data currently available is not sufficient to tell us where Kaysville is at with respect to targets outlined in the general plan. Until the housing unit data is sufficient, we need to be very judicious as a council, as a city council, planning commission, or citizens in the way the data is interpreted or portrayed. To give you one example, the current housing unit data shows 156 housing units in Kaysville and more than 1 unit per building structures in the city. Over the past several months, I have documented approximately 400 housing units in more than 1 per unit building structures, that's just within a mile of my home. So you can see that we're missing quite a lot. My recommendation is that the City Council work with the staff and, if you feel it appropriate, citizens to develop and maintain complete and accurate data. Now, I do want to point out that this is not a criticism, it's just something that I've observed, and as a citizen, I feel like I have a responsibility to bring forth items that I feel like could be approved. I don't feel like the staff or anyone has neglected to do this. I think it's just something that hasn't been a priority in the past. In conclusion, I thank you for your willingness to incorporate the recommendation of developing and using a heat map, and recommend continued effort be placed on developing complete and accurate data associated with housing units in Kaysville so we can understand how we are doing with respect to the targets outlined in the general plan. Thank you again, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I was just going to make a comment, maybe not a question. For those of you that may not remember, back in May, Mr. Hill came to the City Council and asked if something like this could be put forward. Certainly a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think of all the times we've had conversations about density and zoning, we've never had something that illustrates it like this. So your recommendation and your follow-up and coordination with staff to provide this tool for both the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the residents as well is very much appreciated. Council, any kind of additional questions, comments?
So looking at that map, where is 200 North? I was trying to figure it out. It's so small. That's true.
So I think they can zoom in on it, maybe.
Being in the slide, it might be a little lower is there.
So right here.
So that's 200 North, so then Fairfield. So the highest density area is then over there.
Creekside Elementary.
Creekside Elementary area. Mutton Hollow, Crestwood.
Primarily
Right.
the Kaysville Apartments, what used to be called 10 Acres, and the trailer park are, I think, largely responsible. Schools, this is the junior high and the elementary here, because they're only one connection on a fairly large property, so they show as not dense, but yeah, it's that area of town.
So to Mr. Hill's point, the schools aren't even, the school and the traffic that the schools bring aren't even really reflected in this big
No,
red
this
area.
is simply residential units.
Wow.
Wow, it's very telling. Thank you.
Good study.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Mr. Hill. Maybe just as a point of direction for staff, two things. I know we have a newly revamped, fairly comprehensive website. It would be nice to, and of course the data needs to continually be updated, but maybe have an effective date somewhere on the map, have it available on the website, and then also have it included in zoning discussions that we have throughout the city. I think is very helpful.
And to further that point, I think, the request is to, how realistic or how quickly could it be adjusted to reflect, instead of electrical connections, actual dwellings?
Sorry to speak on that. The data has not been created at all, other than, we would have to take that data set and manually adjust it. There's not been any data collected specifically for housing other than Andy's experience in working here. So we'd have to go out and collect that data, add that in. And so depending on how much time we devoted to that, it could be done relatively quickly in a couple of weeks to get that.
But it would take some
together.
time, but it could be done.
It would take some time, but it's easily done, for sure. Yep.
Thank you again. All right, next item on our agenda is department report. We'll turn the time to Kaysville Police Chief Saul Oberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chief Saul Oberg. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I was asked to give a report on the department. Wasn't quite sure what all to include in that because I could talk for days about the police department. So what I've given you is kind of an annual report that we put together last year. It's got 2015 stats, even though we're almost towards the end of 2016. We already had this prepared, so I'd like to use this. And I've also been asked, there's been some inquiries into my visit to the White House and what all that entailed. So I've kind of presented or given you a copy of some talking points for both of those things that I'll talk about tonight. But if you have any further questions, of course, please ask them and I'll answer them the best I can. First off, I'd just like to address my scruffy appearance. This is our annual No Shave November. I know it's October, but it's our fourth year in doing this. The first year, we raised some money and we donated it to the Safe Harbor domestic violence shelter. One year we donated to the Children's Justice Center, one year to the Wounded Warrior Project, and kind of as we start out now, this has grown to be more than just our department, and actually this year we've got every police department doing this with us, with the exception, I think, of two. So I think we'll raise a lot of money this year. We've agreed to donate 2/3 of it to the Davis County School District Needy Children Organization. I'm not sure exactly what they call that. And 1/3 of it to the Utah Law Enforcement Memorial. So it keeps getting bigger every year, and although we do look a little sketchy right now, it has been good in the fundraising regard, and also it's kind of a conversation piece with the public, and it gives us an opportunity to interact with the public in a different way, which is also good for us. So that's kind of where we're at. I think we have the mayor conditioned because he looks a little scruffy, maybe Dave. But
we're not judging you.
Okay, good.
Don't make it an issue.
Good. I do remember you making some comments about the gray in my beard last year, so.
I think you were commenting on mine.
Okay.
Maybe we
As
could
long
just.
as Officer Ellington was going to shave his mustache when this is all over with.
I hope so. I hope so.
I was going to say, we would invite the council to, I did this 2 years ago, and I've only been doing it for 8 days, and I don't see how I'm going to last through the end of November. But maybe we could start over, and if the council wanted to participate just for November, that would be good, and that would give me some relief, because 30 days was terrible, and there's no way I'm going to probably last 60.
Well, and the first year we did it for 30 days, and we actually changed it to 2 months because it gives us a chance to actually petition some businesses and some partners to help, with this. So one year we had the optometrist here in town and some other businesses contribute. One year some of the council matched our funds. I know some of the other police departments have been out doing that. They're kind of their first month, and then hopefully the second month we don't look so bad. But anyway, that's an explanation of this. This is kind of, I guess, something that's going on currently. It was suggested that I speak about what's going on right now. And as crazy as this sounds, and I never thought I would say in a million years that we're spending time on this, but we're spending time on spooky clowns right now. I don't know how that has become an issue or a phenomenon, and it I feel like we're in a 1980s B movie, but in some regards, but really it's a public safety issue because we have children who are frightened, and that's part of my job, is to try to make it so we don't live in a community where our children are frightened. So it is an issue for us, and it's one that I'm not quite sure how you counteract, but that ironically is something we're spending our time and resources on. This week. So as I tried to think of other things to present to you, I've got in this packet, I don't know if you can pull that up, Andy. Okay, so I've just included our organization chart. Right now, we've got 26 full-time officers. We've got 3 civilian staff positions. I think we've actually got 21 crossing guards this year. This was last year's example. We also try to carry a reserve officer staff, but these days those officers just get hired out somewhere. So we've struggled to do that. I've included in here just some summary of some of our activities. So you'll see the type of cases, calls that we take. We've tried to do a comparison with the year prior and give you an idea of whether those types of cases are going up and down. Just kind of a year to year on our calls for service on that top graph. This bottom chart shows kind of the days of the week and the times and when we get our calls. Obviously, it would be a good idea to try to put your staffing around when your heavy call volume is, and that can be challenging. As you can see, if you take a look at that staff, you would think, or that graph, you would think, maybe Friday night or Saturday night we would be heavy on calls. But if you look at this, Monday or Tuesday are actually heavy call days for us in this particular year. So I'm going to go to the next one. This one just shows over the last couple of years an increase in our cases, a decrease in our arrests, some of the types, some of our traffic statistics over the years, traffic stops and citations. A lot of that depends on what we're trying to accomplish, what's going on in the communities. Last year we wrote more tickets. We had a lot of people coming to council meetings saying, hey, my neighborhood, speeding vehicles, and traffic was a big emphasis for us last year, and it's reflected in our statistics. We've also included the accidents with that because that is an issue in our city. You'll see that even though we did write more citations, accidents didn't necessarily go down. In fact, they went up quite a bit last year. But we do have a lot more cars on our roads also. These are the types of cases. This just talks a little bit about our investigations division. A couple of years ago, we asked for another detective, and in here is kind of some of what our detectives generally are looking at. So crimes against people, crimes against property. Our robberies were down. Overall, our statistics, I felt, were very good last year. We're a very low crime city, especially for the size that we are. We're a fairly large city in a very urban area, and we do have a low crime rate. But these, some of these are completely out of our control. Others that we really try to influence. I think the next slide has got our. This is just the drug box that we have in the lobby. We last year disposed of 550 pounds of prescription narcotics, which it's a good program, something we try to really push because those are generally medications that somebody else takes or they're flushed down the toilet and become part of our drinking water that we all ingest. So I do encourage anyone to use that as much as they can. Fill it up every day. We'll empty it every day. It's a good public safety program for all of us in our community. That's it. Okay. The last page, you'll just see our raids online, our crime mapping that we started last year. We mentioned that, and our tip software that we're kind of pushing. We started that last year, and we're pushing that more this year. We actually this year started one for the schools, but the school district also started one. So we may end up not continuing our school resource officer tip program because I think the school district one's actually turning out to be the one that's being used better. It's being, it's one for the whole district, and with access to all the emails, they're able to get that out a little bit better than we are. So we'll kind of watch that and see if it is worth our time, efforts, and money this next year. But that's what we're looking at this year. I don't know if you have any questions with that, kind of a year-end resolution. This was kind of a working document I've been working on for a couple of years. 2014, I put one together that was much sparser than this. This next year, I'd like to grow this every year and make it so it's actually a very robust and useful document for us, and just try to add onto it more and more each year. So I've got my own ideas, but if there's things that any of you would like to see in it, then certainly let me know, and I would be happy to try to get them in there for you.
I have a quick question. I just noticed this, of course, Facebook, you know, you get things embellished quite a bit, but somebody was complaining about how long it took for you to, or the department to respond to an alarm call, or their alarm system went off, and they said it took so long for you to get there. And what is the steps as far as going out to those kind of calls and responding to them as far as priority, I guess?
Well, and you hit the nail on the head. It's going to depend on a priority, and it's going to depend on staffing levels. We have our department staffed, so we would like to have 3 officers on all the time. Our minimum staffing is 2 officers. I won't run a crew with only 1 officer for obvious reasons. Sometimes if we have a low priority call and we have other calls that are more important, it's going to depend. Or we're going to call another agency to handle that call for us. That's what we usually do, but of course our other agencies, our brother and sister agencies around us, have their own business that they have to worry about too. I do believe I have if you go back, there is one graph. Shoot, maybe I don't have response times in here. I believe our average response time is under 5 minutes, but I will tell you we'll have some calls that are going to pend for 20 minutes at times. And like I tried to show you on the when the calls come in, it's pretty impossible to know when to staff heavy. You just don't know when the calls are going to come in, and you can do your best guess, and you can go off of history and try to use that as a predictor, but that doesn't always work out for you, and we only have X amount of officers. So I'm always happy to, if anybody wants to call and say, hey, why did it take so long on this incident? We can look that up and figure out what was going on, and if it was a problem on our end, we'll deal with it, or we can at least provide an explanation of what was happening on the street at that time. So.
Thanks. I just wanted to give you a chance to explain that, so thank you.
Thank you.
I've been the recipient on that note of that a few times, and where the alarm company has notified me when I'm out of the state. And it was probably 3 times now in the last couple of years. And both times, or all 3 times, you guys have beat my family to my house. So, maybe there's just a time where you were a little over, had some other stuff, like say priority things. But you guys, you've always beat my family, and they live in Kaysville too, so I appreciate that.
I appreciate those comments. And some of these depend on the alarm company too, because we do have some alarm companies that they don't call us right away, and which is really frustrating to us, particularly when it's a call that we need to get to quickly and not a false alarm. But it just depends on the alarm company and what the procedure is. Some alarm companies will try to call the responsible party first and leave messages before they'll call the police department. And in some cases it's 5 or 10 minutes before we even get a phone call and have a chance to respond. So some of those things are out of our hands also.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Any other? Okay. Moving on to the President's Task Force report on 21st century policing. So a couple of months ago, I was invited to go to the White House to participate in a discussion with White House staff, senior staff members, and other chiefs of police from around the country on the President's Task Force report, and kind of how we can implement it and what we can do with this. And interestingly enough, I think the White House wanted to get some mileage out of this because their correspondent as I understand, called our local media here, which came to me and wanted to know what was going on. So essentially, there's some misnomers about this report. This is not the White House report. It's a task force report on policing, and what many people don't know is law enforcement's actually been asking the White House to conduct a task force report like this for decades. I think the last one that I'm aware of happened in the 60s. Because of all the things that were going on there, and it kind of provides some, a strategic plan, if you will, on some things that we need to do better. And there's certainly some things that law enforcement needs to do better, some things that chiefs need to do better, some things that everybody needs to do better to resolve some of the crises that we have. So this report is not a White House report. This is done by you've got some police chiefs, you've got representatives of all forms, all the stakeholders in law enforcement have participated in this, and they spoke with law enforcement, they spoke with different parts of the public, and compiled this lengthy report, and it's full of recommendations and action items for police, public, federal government, for a lot of different people, and it's based off of what they've identified as 6 pillars, which should be in, can you pull that up, Jordan or Andy? That next, oh, you don't, okay. They'll pull this up here shortly. But if you look at this executive summary that I sent you, it essentially consists of 6 pillars. And each of these pillars have some recommendations and some action items. And this is what we discussed at the White House. Pillar number 1, building trust and legitimacy with the community. I mean, regardless of your politics, that's a good thing. For a police department to build trust and legitimacy with its public, we're ineffective without legitimacy in our authority and trust. Pillar 2, policy and oversight. I think it's obvious. Pillar 3, technology and social media. Pillar 4 is community policing and crime reduction. Pillar 5 is training and education. Pillar 6 is officer wellness and safety. And I'll just talk a little bit about some of these issues, and certainly ask me if you have any questions. But like officer wellness and safety, we're talking less about just what we can do to protect our officers, but more about what kind of officers are we putting out on the street. The culture of law enforcement is one that is just very macho, and we do this to ourselves, where our people don't feel like they can come to us and say, I have a problem, I've got stress, I've got post-traumatic stress disorder, I have an alcohol problem, I have these issues. And so if we can't resolve those issues and put a healthy police officer on the street, what kind of service is he going to provide? Now, an example, I remember when I was a new officer, I was on a crew, and 2 of the older officers went to a home and served a warrant. And they got to the house, and the guy they were going to arrest opened the door, and he blew his head off in front of them, and they, the blood landed on him, and we did the whole death investigation, and they came back to the police department, and one of them had still some gray matter on his shoulder, and I pointed out, and he brushed it off, and then they went to the next call, and that's what we did, and that to some degree is what we still do. And what kind of officer have we sent to that next call? And over the course of 20 years of not dealing with some of those things, our people are breaking down psychologically, physiologically, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And if they are not healthy in those regards, they're not doing a good service on the street, particularly in high-stress situations. And a lot of that is on me as a chief. Chief, what are you going to do to resolve these, to make these officers better, to put a better product out on the street to protect your public. And so, you know, in that pillar, those were some of the things that we're talking about amongst each other as chiefs, and as well as getting, you know, the experts that the White House brought in to tell us, hey, these are the issues we see, and these are some ideas that you can implement. Another one, Pillar 5, training and education. How are we training our officers? Are we training them to survive at all costs? Because there is a cost on the other end. They may go home, but what is the cost on the other end? How are we training our officers, and what kind of education, formal education do they have? Because most officers around the country don't have a college education coming into the business. I didn't when I got in. I got mine during the course of my career, but speaking for myself, it doesn't teach, law enforcement degree isn't going to teach me technological skills, you know, how to dust for fingerprints or anything like that. But it is going to broaden my horizons a little bit. It is going to give me, probably teach me a little bit, give me some different viewpoints, which is valuable in law enforcement, because we are an organization that relies on empathy when we're trying to deliver our services. And so an education, it makes a better officer, but we don't pay well in this industry, so how are we going to get educated officers? Well, one of the task force report recommendations was that the federal government needs to do something. They need to come up with a program to encourage people in law enforcement to get their degrees and somehow facilitate that. So that was one of the recommendations for them, which ironically, when I asked them, well, how are you guys doing on your end of this? They didn't have an answer for that. But, you know, community policing and crime reduction kind of goes hand in hand with building trust and legitimacy. You know, some people may have looked at our lemonade stand program that we ran this summer as perhaps a waste of time for the officers. Well, you're sending 2 or 3 officers to a lemonade stand to hang out and do nothing. They should be out writing tickets. They should be out doing this or this or this, writing parking tickets. Well, without the partnership with the community, we can't reduce crime. So we have to have that component. And again, that's on me. That's on me as a police chief. Chief, are you going to allow your officers to play basketball with kids at recess, or are you going to require them to write citations, require them, to do something else to stay busy? And what kind of stats are you basing their performance off of? Because we all try to use metrics to determine, raises and how good of an officer you are. Well, what kind of metrics are you using? Is playing basketball with a kid less important than writing a traffic citation? And I need to look at. We all need to look at our communities and make those decisions. But it's something that really hasn't been considered a lot, and in a lot of communities, and it probably should, especially going forward. Social media and technology, that's a tough one, because myself, I'm not a social media guy. I didn't grow up with it. It's just not my thing, but it needs to be my thing. And the White House's senior staff member for, I can't remember his name, for social media stuff, I think he's 24 years old or something. He was just a kid. And he's telling us basically, chiefs, you guys that are going to your media outlets are wasting your time. Get on Twitter, get on Snapchat, get on all this stuff, and you need to learn how to use those things, because that is your population that you need to start trying to reach, because what they said is the population that is watching television for news is dying. So you need to move forward. And I think that was probably the one thing we all as chiefs struggled with. I don't know what to do. That one's hard. That one hurts. But some of these recommendations were easier to look at and implement than others. there was data reporting, one that was very interesting, where, you know, there's some applications for us, but some of the bigger departments that have got some serious problems with use of force are putting their use of force stats on a website, and their officer-involved shooting statistics on their website, and trying to just use the transparency in exactly what we do to build trust. And I think there's a lot to that. You know, we are the public. The public is the police. That the whole Robert Peel philosophy, I think, really applies to us. And we have the tools with technology to be able to do a lot better job with some of that than we have in the past. And you know, that's a challenge for us as police chiefs to try to do more with transparency and technology. And so those were the types of things we spoke about. We spoke at length about a lot of these things. I got some great ideas, and like anything else, I'd love to implement them all right now, but some of them are easier than others. They all take time. Some of them take money, and we have a limited amount of both of those things. But I did find a lot of value in this, and I do intend on using a lot of these to try to improve our department and the service we deliver. So with that, have you got any questions on the task force report?
Well, I just want to say you were the second lowest crime rate in Utah.
I think so. That's what this one particular company sent us a certificate. I look at our crime rates every year. I have a personal goal to have the lowest crime rate in the state, at least of the largest 20 cities. We haven't made it yet. Maybe we never will. I would like to reach that goal at some point, and so we keep working towards that. And frankly, I think the one thing that really kills us in this community as far as statistics go with crime is a lot of our divorce issues in this community, our domestic issues. So child custody stuff, some of those are reported statistically as a kidnapping when it's not necessarily traditionally, you know, what you would think of as a kidnapping in your head, but some of those stats, I don't know what, you know, I can't combat some of that stuff, but we will certainly continue to do the best we can, and you know, maybe someday before I retire, we'll have the lowest crime rate in the state.
Well, appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Chief. You're doing great work. Your department is amazing. You got a lot of great men and women in your department doing a lot of great work. And I appreciated that you were the one police chief from the state of Utah that was invited to go to this conference at the White House. And I think that speaks volumes about you. You know, I'd like to think it speaks volumes about our state and our community, but I think it's a compliment to you that you were invited to participate in that, and some of us wish you'd just stayed in the White House, but that's we won't get into that. Anyway, no, thank you for representing us so well while you were there and for doing that work. The one question that I had for you is, it's kind of an interesting, I mean, it's kind of filtering into a lot of the discussion, certainly in the political election year that we've got going on and whatnot. There's a lot of attention in the media being paid right now to police community interactions. And as we've seen, you know, the whole Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter and, you know, all these kinds of things. People are shouting phrases at each other instead of really doing a lot of this community policing and this building of the trust between the police and and the community. What do you see as something, what one thing did you bring home from this meeting that you think could apply? Because I don't sense that a lot of what we see elsewhere in the country applies really here so much. Hopefully our officers feel safe. They don't feel like they're going to be attacked, you know, and sucker punched or sucker shot, basically, by people that we've seen in other areas. What's one thing maybe that you brought home that could potentially be a way that our police department could build better trust with the community. Again, tough to improve the number. I think we have a high number of trust as it is right now, but is there something that you brought home?
Our biggest challenge is to connect with our youth. And so I touched on a little bit of that with the social media, in that we have got to do a better job of using social media to connect with our youth, because they just get their news from different places than I'm comfortable putting it out. And I need to either get comfortable with that or find somebody who is, and we need to do a much better job of interacting with our youth in that way. I mean, the White House was putting together a Snapchat program, which myself, I sit and think, okay, well, the way I understand Snapchat is you put a video on there and then it's gone in 24 hours. So I look at it, well, that's a waste. Well, you did all that and it's gone. Who's going to see it? But a lot of people go to Snapchat for their news and things like that, and that's something that I don't understand well. I'm not comfortable with it, and but I need to get that way. I need to get better that way. And when I was a brand new lieutenant, I remember having a discussion about Facebook and Twitter with the chief and some of the senior officers from my other department, and my stance was, that'll be like MySpace. That's going to be gone, so let's not waste our time. Well, I was wrong. I mean, 10 years later, everybody's on Facebook, and we have, instead of fewer of those, we have more of them. And, you know, some people, you know, Facebook is supposed to be to connect with people. Twitter is supposed to be used more of a news resource. Instagram is supposed to be, you know, that's a photography type social media platform that we should be putting our, you know, our best pictures on, and hopefully the combination of all of those are going to reach a lot of people, and I need to find the resources to do a better job of that, to connect with our youth, certainly.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Excellent comments so far, so I don't want to take too long, but my interactions, which I have not worked or met with every police officer. When I did the tour, I met several of them in Kaysville, and being on youth court, Sergeant Benoit, Preston Benoit is there. I've gotten to know him a little bit. I've gotten to know you, Chief, and how you interact and do things, and I just appreciate the fact that you don't see your job just as a technical thing. You mentioned that, you know, that technical training or firearms training or something like that, but you see it as fundamentally a human interaction and developing relationships and trust in the community. And, you know, as I've gotten to know Preston, you know, when you get stopped I think I've been stopped once in the last, on Beck Street for going 55 before I hit the 50-mile-an-hour mark. And, you know, there's a little bit of a tension there that, okay, what's going to happen next? You know, that maybe we all have, but to the extent that you're in the community interacting and you're implementing new ideas and you're out there, I just think that's so important, because it makes your job so much easier than if people know you, the more people that know you, and that conversation goes through the community. And even though we don't have the problems maybe that inner city Chicago or some other place might have, there's still that you know, importance of developing relationships and implementing new ideas that may not always be familiar to us. And it's been my impression that you take that seriously and do an excellent job. So thank you, and thanks to all of your professional staff as well.
Thank you.
With us maybe being so different from like Chicago, like Councilman Regarden references, maybe that gives us a great opportunity to police in different ways and to become an example. And you've been talking about it tonight, stopping and playing basketball with some youngsters, or we were honored, or your officers were honored in here 6 weeks ago or so about the lemonade stand and what they did there and their work there. I've yet to see a YouTube clip of an officer doing anything that was more impactful than the ones that you see when an officer stops to do something like that. you know, and that completely 180s people's mentality. At the Davis game last week, my son kept pointing out his resource officer. You know, he was down on the sideline. He's like, "Dad, I think that's him." And anyway, he just told me about him and how he thinks he's a cool guy. And so now my son has respect for the police, and then in turn he'll have a respect for, and not a fear, for the law, and, you know, want to comply and those kind of things. So whatever you guys are doing, it's great. It's working. I've heard good about all the resource officers, and that's probably the most place we can have an impact right now, you know, so I think it's neat.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't think so, Chief. Thanks for all you do, the way you represented us, and your officers for giving their all to keep us safe. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Having Chief Oberg be with us this evening is the first of what we plan to do on a more frequent basis of inviting department heads to come address the city council. What did we decide, Shane?
On a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis, a different department head will come and give a department brief. So we appreciate Chief Oberg's willingness to come and be here with us, and we'll look forward to reports from our other departments throughout the city in the coming months. Before we get to our next item on the agenda, which is call to the public, I want to just point out a couple items that may be of interest. We have 2 rezone requests on our agenda this evening. Item number 12 is rezone of 0.343 acres of property to include a PRUD overlay zone at approximately 30 North, 760 East, so right near Center Street and 760 East. The second item is item number 13, rezone of 0.95 acres of property from R18 to R2 and a PRUD overlay zone. Number 12, the rezone of 0.43 in the Center Street area. The applicant has withdrawn that request from tonight's agenda item to be considered. Were any of you here for that agenda item? Just curious. Okay, sounds like many people got the memo. I just want to speak to that briefly, though, before we move on. When an item goes through the Planning Commission process and then is referred on to the City Council for the City Council to take action, as I understand it right now, we don't have anything specific in our ordinance that says that it has to come back to the council at any given time. The next item, the rezone of 0.95 acres of property, came to the Planning Commission and to the City Council. The applicant changed the number of units, so it went back to the Planning Commission. As I think of this other item, those who it sounds like most people got the notice, but if I'm a property owner or a neighbor or just a citizen in general, I'm thinking to myself, this applicant went through the Planning Commission, it came to the City Council, now I've just got to wait. I've got to wait and see when and if he comes back, and be vigilant, because if he decides to ask for it to be put back on the agenda, then I have to be ready for it. In my last almost 8 years of serving, or almost 9 years of serving, I've noticed that occasionally that will happen. It goes to the Planning Commission, there's a bit of an uproar. The applicant will say, I don't want to be on the City Council agenda. And then maybe they just wait to hope tempers settle down and maybe come back, a week before Christmas and see if maybe there's less of a crowd that'll show up. If we don't have something currently, I would like to ask staff, or with the recommendation of the council, that I think our ordinance would need to be tweaked. So this request for item number 12, to say if you bring it to the Planning Commission, it must go before the City Council within whatever's appropriate, within 60 days or 45 days or 30 days. If you fail to bring it to the City Council within X amount of days after it's been through the Planning Commission, you have to start over. Because I think that becomes the anxiousness of some of the property owners is, okay, well, they withdrew. How am I going to know if I'm not watching the agenda and hoping that someone calls and tells me? So I at least wanted to gauge the council's thoughts and or maybe just a nod, but make that recommendation to staff there's been times when things have come back that we said, no, you got to go back, but there's really no clear-cut expectations. So at least these folks can know, yes, you need to watch it for another 37 days, but after that, this applicant has to start over, unless it's been tabled for a certain period of time. I just wanted to see what anyone's thoughts were on that.
Well, and don't they, when they go through the planning commission, don't they all get something in the mail that informs them it's going to happen? Or when does that mailer go out for them?
On certain items, mostly rezones, we, out of courtesy, notify the adjacent property owners of when it's going to be before the planning commission for the public hearing.
And that's the only mailer that's sent out?
Yes.
So I think this is a great idea then.
And if it comes to us and we table it, typically we table it for 2 weeks or 30 days. There's a set expectation. But from the planning commission to the city council, if someone decides to say, okay, I got a positive or a negative recommendation from the planning commission, there's been times in the past that months have gone by and the applicant just expects they can just continue where they left off with the city council, but those who have interest have no idea that it's coming back.
I also agree that that's a great idea, not only from a policy standpoint for the reasons you stated, Mayor, but also if you think about any other application process, this is complicated a little bit because you have the planning commission, then it goes to another body, so there's a gap in between. But almost any other application process, if you withdraw your application, it's withdrawn. They don't save it, and you can't bring it up a year later and say, remember that application I filed a year ago, can you please process that now? Well, no, sorry, you withdrew it. You'll have to refile. So.
Just thoughts on the fly. Is this something we'd need to put on an agenda, though, for a future meeting? If we're going to make an order on it, would be one thought on the fly, and then two would be I'd personally would probably lean more towards 60 to 90 days. 30 days is 2 meetings. Let's say the person's prerogative is to maybe not be devious, and just try and wait for Christmas, until there's a low turnout. Let's say their prerogative is to actually make a really valiant effort to go and knock every door in the area and one-on-one with everyone and really make an effort to say, hey, here's what I'm doing, because I want to put a stipend against people and have them have to start all over again. We saw that issue earlier, about 2 months ago, down on Phillip Street, where they're like, hey, if you don't take this annexation, we got to start all over. So then we had pressure, they had pressure. So I think a reasonable time frame would probably be acceptable, but a short one, I think, is perhaps not benefiting all parties.
But I agree with that. We couldn't take action on this this evening because it's not on the agenda. What I was looking for was maybe some agreement from the council to direct staff to maybe come up with something for us, at least a preliminary, and it may just be a minimal amendment to the ordinance. But then that time frame, maybe staff makes a recommendation, but at the end of the day, when the city council makes the decision, we can determine what that is. And perhaps it includes some language. If we discussed one of these items and said we want to give more time and we table it for 60 days, then of course there's been an action to extend the time, but at the applicant's discretion to stall. For example, if this individual came tonight and said, I know you're going to consider this, I would like some time to go meet with the neighbors, would you please table this for 60 days or 30 days or something, then it would be the discretion of the council. But just a no action, I don't want there to be any expectation that they can just say, nah, don't put it on the city council and I'll let you know when I'm ready. Maybe it has to be a little more official, I guess is what I was looking for. But I'm sensing by nods that we have some direction, and so it's not an official action, but if we could direct staff to review that and come back with some recommendations.
We will do it. On this item, we're considering the application withdrawn. So if they want to try again, they would start from scratch.
And that was maybe what was a little unclear to me was, did he say, I want to withdraw the PA process or I want to withdraw my agenda item? Because that's what I thought, okay, if he's withdrawing, then he's got to start over if he wants to do this again. New notices, new mailings, new signs.
He withdrew his application.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. All right, and then the other rezone item, how many of you are here to speak to that rezone? The one located at
Crestwood Road.
85 East Crestwood Road. Or how many are you here for that agenda item? Okay. It is a ways down our agenda. We have other items that I think could take some time, and so I'd actually, after call to the public, recommend, if there's no objections to the council, from the council, that we move item number 13 up to item number 7, so that we hear item number 13 after call to the public, and then we continue on with our agenda after that. Just so that you all are more than welcome to stay as late as you'd like. We may not get to that agenda item for another hour or two, or 3, who knows, but that we'll go ahead and move it to that point in the agenda.
That's a good call, Mayor.
Thank you.
I
So,
encourage you to stay. There's a lot of new faces here tonight, so just encourage anybody to stay either way, though, and kind of be involved.
yes, certainly more than welcome. Would love to have you stay as well. Next item on our agenda then is call to the public. This is the time in our city council meeting when we open the microphone to any of you in attendance that would like to address the city council. As we review tonight's agenda items, including number 13, which is the rezone of 0.95 acres of property, the public hearing has already taken place with the Planning Commission, so we are not holding a public hearing regarding that item tonight. That being said, call to the public is open for any item you'd like to address with the city council. If you have comments that you'd like to make on any one of the agenda items tonight, you're certainly welcome to do so. Our city recorder keeps track of time up here. We do ask that you keep your comments limited to 3 minutes out of respect the time for the meeting. When you hear a beeping, that's an indication that your time has expired. We'd ask you to wrap up your comments. So with that, call to the public.
Hi, my name is Steve Burke. Thank you for letting us make a few comments tonight. My comments are directed to the proposed rezone of 85 East Crestwood Road from R1A to R2. And Andy, could I get do you have the Google photo of the overhead of Crestwood? Thank you. Okay. Could you zoom in a little bit? Will that zoom in, that one? This is, I just wanted to mention, this is not the first time that someone has tried to change the zoning along the frontage of Crestwood Road. This has been attempted before. A few years ago, the historic home was up for a commercial proposal. Thanks, Sandy. And luckily that did not go through. You know, we've lost, there's 6 homes that 4 of which still stand from 30 West to Main Street. There were 6 homes, and 4 of them now stand. And 2 of them now are vacant lots. And then 1 of the 6 is now zoned multi-residential from commercial property. This is our 4th meeting over this, and we had 3 from the Planning Commission that we've all attended to. We also have quite a bit of elderly that's not able to make it here tonight. But we're really inundated with the multi-residential housing. We have plenty of rentals surrounding us. We have, and we have plenty of the more than 1 unit per structure. You know, the park is a wonderful addition to the area, and you know, that's a great buffer if we're worried about trying to create a buffer. You know, we've been the primary ground for multi-residential housing and rental housing. And I remember Nika Roundy some years ago at one of these meetings where we all had to come out again. And she was saying how the people are tired of rentals between 2nd North and Mutton Hollow. But we just ask you to keep this block residential. I've been here 23 years on this block. And anyway, I am not in favor of a rezone, and whatever decision you decide to, it will set precedents for the Field West. And you know, and also the entire frontage of Crestwood Road. And we just want the current zoning to remain like it was zoned quite a few years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Eric Hopper. I live in this house right here. I'm concerned about the more dense residential taking over a lot of the single-family homes that are in these blocks, and I would ask that you listen to the voices of the Kaysville residents that live in these homes here, as we are nearly unanimously against the rezoning proposal, including Ruth Ann Baker, who lives in this corner home. My neighbor has sent her comments with Mr. Burke on a previous occasion, as well as Sylvia Hadfield. They're in their, Ruth Ann is 80s, and Sylvia Hadfield is in her 90s, and couldn't make it to a meeting like this. But the overwhelming public opinion on this block is, please do not rezone this area to a more dense residential. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? My name is Mark Dyson. I live in 411 North, 100 East, so I'm right neighbors next to Eric, who just spoke. My house is right there. This is our fourth meeting, as Steve said, and none of the neighbors in this whole entire area want this to be rezoned. We would like to keep it R1 for multiple reasons, which we've stated in every single meeting before this. Traffic is my main concern. I'm also worried about my property value. I've lived there for 7 years, and the reason we bought into this house is because of this area. It's really, it was quiet. It's nice and quiet, and the privacy is a big concern to us. We ask that you keep it zoned single-family residential the way that it's been. We don't want to set a precedence and have all of these lots that are next to it go multifamily. We take the brunt of a lot of all the multifamily units around this area. There's this big apartment complex. I believe it's right here. Multiple units around this whole area. As you saw the heat map, this is I stop at this area in right here is sufficient to all the traffic that comes through here. I just ask that you keep it single-family residential. Thank you.
My name is Mike Barnett. I live at 415 North 30 West, just down the road from here. The density of our neighborhood is just over the top, and I don't know if the city council has a limit on percentage of multifamily units within a residential area or not. If they don't, you might want to consider that. We have the Crestwood Apartments just down from there. We have Apple Tree and St. Mark's Gardens, all within a city block of our neighborhood. And we just really have, you know, a lot of other rentals going on in there. And it's just, you know, we're to the point where we're exploding. Our neighborhood can't support, you know, the in and outs of all this. You know, the people moving in and out all the time, not very good with words, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. You know, so many people coming and moving in and out and that, and it's just, we just don't need any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Severe cold, if you'll put up with that. So, anyway, I don't know at this point. If you take this road and
Will you
overlay it.
state your name for us, please?
Oh, it's David Moore, and I thank you guys
Thank
tonight
you.
for letting me talk. I mean, this is like we've been here 4 or 5 times. every property owner that touches this was at the first meeting. They just keep coming and coming. The point is I own this house here and this building lot right here, this empty one. And I'm gonna have 3 new neighbors here on the end. And if you take this road and overlay it into here, look of how big that land is. It's an extremely small piece of land. The builder took it and bought it, you know, on land speculation that he could change the zoning, saying that, you know, I'll put all these in. Plus there's an electrical offset right here in the middle, the power line runs. So that takes 30 more feet out of it. So my point being is this is an extremely small piece of land to shove all these into. I mean, it's too little. It'll decrease my property values. And I mean, we've had extreme opposition to it. And that was what thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get feeling better.
I live right there. 380 north, 30 west. 384 north, 30 west. And
Will you state your name for us, please?
if you city council's ever traveled this.
Will you state your name for us, please?
Jerry Messerly.
Thank you, Jerry.
You go up and down this street here in the morning, well, a lot of the day, but you see these cars parked here, you get cars parked on that side, you can't get 2 more cars through there very safely. This is a residential or a condo project here. Where are the kids gonna run to the park? Are they gonna come right across that street, or are they gonna go up to the corner here? These people coming down that hill, when they come through that stop sign, it's a go. Not 25 miles an hour, but 30 or 40 miles an hour. So you got no infrastructure here to build any more anything in here because of the traffic and because of all the kids in this area here now. I mean, there's bunches of kids, and they're all going to the park all the time. So you think about the infrastructure and the children more than that little piece of ground that somebody's going to make a pile of money on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Spencer. I live right next door to Terry Messerly. Thank you for letting me crash your party tonight. We've lived in the neighborhood since 1998. We love our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has character. The majority of the homes built in our neighborhood were built back in the early 70s. We've got 2 new homes that were built, you know, within the last 5 years. We've got the homes on Crestwood, the 3 homes there that were, you know, built, you know, before the 70s. They're quite old. We love our neighborhood. We love the character that our neighborhood has. My frustration is shoehorning in a new development on a 0.95 acre in the middle of a city block just doesn't make sense to me. I'm okay with development. You know, I don't have anything against the property owner or the developers, you know, building on that lot as long as we don't change the zoning. You know, when you try to shoehorn in, you know, however many units was originally proposed, and now they want to back it down to, you know, 7 or 8. I don't know what it is, but I think it's too many for that particular size of a spot. And if you look in West Kaysville, you've got a city block in West Kaysville, residential homes. You know, if somebody happened to have a 0.95 of an acre behind them that wanted to develop it into high-density housing, you know, you'd throw it out. You know, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the character of our neighborhood to have this, you know, higher density housing. And I just hope that, you know, I appreciate the city council, and I hope that you would listen to the neighbors that surround the proposed development and, you know, take care of us, protect us, you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Devin Smith. Before I get too far into it, I just want to say that the agenda item that I presented previous and my efforts to help the city improve the data, it's not solely related to this. I did all that outside of any proposals being on the table. And I've spent, a lot of time over many months bringing that to where it is today. And so while I did expedite the completion of that, admittedly, to be on the agenda tonight, the sole purpose wasn't for this. So I just want to make that clear, that I have the interest of Kaysville at heart. A lot of the things that have already been said, a lot of multi-unit residential here in the area. There's the Crestwood Apartments right here has 20 units. Just off the map up here, St. Mark's Garden has 72 units. Across the street from there is Apple Tree. I don't know how many are in there, retirement living center. But if you take from between 200 North, 600 North, Fairfield, and Main Street, so that area around there, through my analysis, there's 41% housing that's in multi-unit structures. 41% for that area. Now, if you look on the heat map, it doesn't show that dense down here, or even you wouldn't even indicate this, but it's because all of the rest of this isn't showing on this, because it's a park and commercial. That's not on the heat map. Also, right here is an RM zoned property. We would love to see that developed RM. To me, it doesn't make sense to change this zoning when there's already an RM right here. In fact, it's been sold recently. There's been surveyors out on it. I anticipate that the proposal will be coming forward to you soon for that development there to get underway, and that's great. There's also other commercials, so if you're looking for a buffer between the neighborhoods, this, like Steve Burke said, the park is a great buffer for us. We don't need more of a buffer from streets. If you really wanted to do more R2, R4, RM, it seems to make sense more for a change of the commercial that's here. On the east side, there's just not a lot of R1 developable land left. There's not, and so I would encourage the council to protect the R1 zoning that is available on the east side, because it's limited, and it's right across from the park. Heritage Park, ironically, and what's the theme of Kaysville? Utah's hometown. It is ironic that I believe his name was Carson, presented on the little monument directly across the street today. I really encourage us as a city to preserve the heritage that's there and allow for that hometown feel to exist around the park and the neighborhood as currently exists. Thank you for your time. And I hope that we keep that current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items for call to the public? All right, seeing none, we appreciate. Oh, sorry, sir.
I was just having Mike Barnett again. I was just having a thought for Police Chief Oberg. If he is looking for resources to help him with his social media, as well as a way to boost his department's image with the youth. Maybe he could possibly enlist the youth as a task force, more or less, to help him put forth the messages that he wants out. It would kind of create a lot of little youth, you know what I'm trying to say.
Youth ambassador police officers. Or
yeah, and a little ambassadorship. So thank you.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Fisher. I'm a property owner. I can get this thing to work. How does this work? Okay, I own this property right here. I live right there and I own this right here. And of course it'd be beneficial to me, if I could put lots of units right there. It'll be easier for me to rezone all this and do exactly the same thing. But I'm along with all these other people here and I'm against it, simply because it doesn't make any logical sense. From a dollar standpoint, it's perfect, It's easy to rent them, it's easy to sell them because they're close to all the infrastructure. But it doesn't make any sense to put that many in this small area here, all these backyards that have all that congestion, noise. Doesn't make any sense at all. Now, on the other hand, if we want to rezone here and we put a road down through here and develop this whole area here, we could all make more money. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate all the comments that have been shared. And we will close call to the public and move to our next agenda item, which we determined was going to be number 13, rezone of 0.95 acres of property from R18 to R2 and a PRUD overlay zone. Mr. Thompson.
I think we're all aware now the property is located on Crestwood Road at about 85 East. The request is to rezone the property from its current R1 8 to a R2 zone. R2 zone allows 2 units per 8,000 square feet, or 1 unit for every 4,000 square feet. They'd also like to do the what we call the PRUD overlay zone, which would allow for a private street and open space subdivision. Subdivision is not on the agenda tonight. However, this is their preliminary plat. Again, it would be a private lane. Each pad would be separately platted as an individual lot, so the units could be sold separately, and the rest of the property would be open space. This plat does conform with the R2 zoning, meets the requirements of that. I think that's probably enough explanation based on what we've already heard.
Thank you. Mr. Garney, look like you have something to say.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. One of the commenters had mentioned that there was a 30-foot electric easement. Where would that be exactly?
That's this line right here. That's why there's the gap between these sets of units.
Thank you. I guess as long as I've got the floor, maybe I'll just mention what my thoughts are on this. Looked at the Planning Commission record here, and I think it was split 3-3 with one planning commissioner not there for this, absent for this part of the vote. So definitely they, struggled with this a little bit. For me, having actually now gone out and walked near the property and walked around the house and visiting with Mr. Burke and Mr. Hill at that point for a few minutes, but it is relatively small. It's a little less than an acre, I guess, but I think for 2 reasons, my feeling is to not approve the rezone. First of all, under the current zone, my understanding is that there could be up to 5 units, which you can't really see the properties too well on the map. You can see them better, but there's property here, home here, home here, home here, home here. So on that full stretch there, you've got 4 units. Under the current zoning, you could have 5 units there, which seems appropriate with that neighborhood already being there. And I think reason to deny the zone would be, number one, when you look at our general plan, which says that properties should be dispersed throughout, higher density properties should be dispersed throughout the city. Clearly, the heat map that we saw tonight demonstrates that that's not the case, and I understand there's a lot of economic reasons why once an area starts to develop in that way, a little higher density, maybe it continues to go down that path, but I mean, you've got to start somewhere to sort of draw the line and say, we believe in our general plan. We're going to try to follow it rather than just always approve higher density in this area. So that would be another reason. And also, it doesn't fit. I think clearly I looked at the criteria for denying a zone. I mean, I don't want to get too much into that, but I looked at that again. And if you look at state law, for example, as long as you can deny a zone as long as you have a reasonable reason for doing it. But then there's not just willy-nilly, I feel like disapproving a zone today. But then if you look at some of the more detailed guidance, and actually courts are very reluctant, if you look at the judicial record too, to question city councils on their zoning decisions unless it's just capricious and arbitrary, the decision that's made. So aside from just our general plan, when you look at this property and the homes that are surrounding it, and then you look at all the, it's not showing on this map, but when you look at all the higher density that was pointed out in these areas and the commercial, I mean, it makes perfect sense, and I would certainly approve, you know, if there was required a rezone there to do higher density, because that makes sense right there. But here's the contiguous neighborhood, and to put much higher density units right in there, and then potentially there, as the owner of these properties mentioned, have all these higher density right in the heart of that with a private lane going in there, makes no sense to me. It does not fit with the surrounding area, and there's no reason, there's no compelling reason to approve that and go to 5 to 8. So for all of those reasons, my vote would be no to, you know, not approve the zone.
Yeah, and
Mayor? We do have the developer here. We probably ought to give him a chance to explain, maybe before we get into the full discussion.
Thank you.
As the applicant,
Mr. Stevenson, would you like to address the council?
When we purchased the property, we've had several people ask.
Will you state your name for us?
Dan Stevenson.
Thank you.
I've had several professionals in the area that would like to live there. They don't want a large yard. They don't want a large lot to take care of. They're young professionals. They're wanting something close to the park and close to the shopping, Bowman's, and it's just around the corner. We think it's a great spot for it. With the redevelopment of the park, we're not asking for a high density. It's already zoned for 5 units. We're asking for 3 more. They'll be similar in price to the homes surrounding it. And Tony's my developer. You can ask him more questions about it.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Council, any additional questions for Mr. Stevenson, or?
No, I just wanted to apologize for Mr. Stevenson. Didn't realize the developer was here and perhaps jumped the gun, but I do appreciate your comments, and I don't know that that changes my view of how I'll vote tonight, but I do appreciate that, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask some questions.
Sure.
Good. First of all, when we look at these units, are they going to be sold as individual?
They'll be plotted separately
ownership?
for individual ownership.
Okay. How big are they?
We've looked at
Around 1,900.
Okay.
So I think as far as square footage wise, I think they're very similar to the homes that are around it.
Andy, can we go to the plot? Yeah, right there. Dead.
Here's one.
Okay. I think I had that dead one last time too. Hey, what's your plans on here? Are you going to be putting a privacy fence along here as well, or that's the plan?
Uh-huh.
If those are 1,900, roughly 2,000 square foot
Correct.
residences, given the footprint that's there, are we talking? Okay, well, there we go. There's
That's a rendering.
That was not in the packet, so
Be a-
they would obviously be multi-story.
Yep. 2-car garage.
I have a question, Mr. Stevenson. If the rezone is denied, I don't know if you've given any thought to this, but with that 30-foot easement, how would it sort of lay out? I mean, in terms of, I guess, 2 on one side, closer to Crestwood, and 3 behind?
What do you mean? For a rezone?
Yeah, if it was not rezoned and you put in 5 units, what would that, could that be platted without a PRUD zoning change, I guess, or would it still require a PRUD zone change?
With the amount of frontage, you would have to go to either a flag lot configuration or a private lane, which would require a PRUD overlay. It would not require the R18 zone to be modified to the R2, which is being requested now as well.
Thank you.
It would stay at 5 units.
Generically, by ordinance, 5 units would fit on this much property, 5 8,000 square foot lots. Again, he would have to configure it so it met all the requirements, which would likely require the PRUD overlay.
And does that specify detached or attached units? Multifamily units detached or attached?
Single family attached is what they're asking for. And
I can see that. I'm asking in the scenario
right
of, well, maybe we're jumping ahead, talking about a scenario that's not even being requested, but it's hard to not think about that, so, okay. Other questions regarding the proposal that's before you? And maybe that's a question. Is that something if actually, never mind. I was going to ask if that's still something you'd be willing to do, but if your rezone was denied, that sounds like it's something you can do, and so it doesn't necessarily know it was a concession, so I withdraw my question.
So it's Mr. Christensen, correct? Stevenson. Sorry, sir. And Mr. Coombs. Okay, just by way of becoming familiar here. So when the property was initially purchased, did you research this before making the?
I bought it from a neighbor. I have taken care of the property in the past, and he came to me when he sold it.
So there was a speculative hope that this might pan out.
Well, I think it's a great piece of property with the new park across the street. It's a wonderful spot for those kind of units. I think it's been a little exaggerated of it's a high density. It's not a high density. Is it a higher density? Yes. But they're not going to be, the value of them is going to be similar to what's around them.
Mr. Stevenson, would a HOA need to be formed?
Yes.
To maintain the private
Correct.
lane? Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? I'm sensing that we're finding questions to ask, but probably have an idea on direction. So if there are no additional questions, I would welcome either questions for another individual, deliberation on the council, or a motion.
More just comment. I think, the crux here is this comes down to, the almighty private property. It comes down to, a lot of people consider that sacred. A lot of people consider that the original documents of this nation said life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, not happiness. But, while I believe in that and having a family rooted in that industry, I also believe in the property rights of those who came before. And so that's where the crux is that we're in today, sir. I have to put myself in the scenario and think, would I want that where I live? And the one thing I hope that we can all avoid here when we look at this, I hope we can be objective and not look at it as what type of person might move in, but more so, did I move into this area with this context when I invested in my property? For myself, I live in West Kaysville. Now that was a preference for me. That was my choice. It fit my family. It was what we liked. And I see some of that beginning to evolve and change. And we've had people come in here who have been really railroaded by big developers, and I just wish there's more I could do for them, because we have to put ourselves in the shoes of, okay, well, what would I do? What would I think? What would I feel? Would I want that in my backyard? And we also have to put ourselves in the shoes of honoring private property rights. So it's a difficult situation, but for me, I'd have similar feelings as these folks if someone wanted to put this in my backyard. Not because I'm trying to put my nose in the air, not because I'm not trying to love all of my brothers and sisters on this planet and say, well, that might bring a different caliber of individual. No, simply because, hey, I would feel duped. I would feel that's not what I moved in the master plan That's not the pretenses I came underneath. So that's kind of the situation personally I'm in today. So, yeah, it's an issue. You know, maybe there could have been more homework and research done before you closed. You know, I'm sure you're a professional. I'm sure this isn't the first time around the block for you. So don't take that as an insult, but, you know, perhaps that could have been a stipulation in the purchase of the property. And maybe you could have negotiated harder when you realize, you know, I don't know where the vote's going to lie, but, you know, if it doesn't go in your favor, maybe that would have been realized before closing happened and numbers could have been reallocated and revisited with the seller. So that's the situation that I'm in.
Thanks, Dave. That was well said. Appreciate that. I feel very much the same way. Not long ago, we had an issue come before the council rezoning in West Kaysville, which would allow a business to run. And there were many people that wanted that business there. But once again, we had to look at the neighbors next door to that place and take in consideration, is it fair to them to change the zoning when they moved there with the knowledge that I'm moving here because I know it's zoned this way and I know what to expect and I don't have to worry. And so I have to say that I hold that in high regards, and I don't think I can support changing it.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Mayor, I know I've already commented, but I just wanted to make one sort of additional thing that, and that is that, and I've sort of stated the reasons why I took the position I did, and Councilman Adams made some good points that it certainly, you know, it sounds like they're great units, right? And they certainly would, you know, attract, you know, as you mentioned, you have interest from professionals and all that. For me, that's not really the issue, however. It's just the placement of, and you also mentioned that it's not high density, and, you know, I accept that point. Everything's relative, you know, whether it's higher or not. But it's just the placement of it sort of in the heart of the other neighborhood where you've got the little larger lots, and that's why I'd feel more comfortable with a 5-unit development there with the current zone than 8. But it's as simple as that. But it certainly, you know, you have every right to do what you've done, and appreciate your, you know, desire to develop with nice units there, and recognize the area. It just doesn't seem to fit to me, doesn't seem to fit the general plan, and doesn't seem to fit that immediate area with the other homes around it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the only one who hasn't really commented, but I don't know that I have anything original to contribute that hasn't been said already, and I don't want to be redundant.
Motion.
So I will go ahead and make a motion then. I think I can gather from the sense here that I'll make a motion to reject the rezone request or deny the rezone request for the .95 acres of property from R18 to R2 and maintain the R18 zone.
I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Lee for denial of the rezone as outlined. Any further discussion? Councilmember Garn, will you start a vote, please?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Voting is unanimous. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Appreciate you being here. The going back up to our original order, the next item on our agenda is interlocal agreement with Fruit Heights City regarding fire and EMS services. Mr. Scott.
Mayor, City Council, as you remember, on July 21st, we first agreed and adopted to this agreement with Fruit Heights to continue supplying fire and emergency response services to them. They had not at that time had the opportunity to review the document and take action themselves. They've now since done that through their legal counsel and city council. So they have presented it back to us. There is one major change in that we made an attempt to tweak the formula that's involved, and they've taken the position that they would rather acknowledge that there isn't a formula currently, and they'd like up to 3 years to put that together with their staff and our staff. We've been okay with that. we've said that that's okay. We've kind of made some comments that maybe we could do that earlier than 3 years, but they've really asked that we stick with that 3-year time frame and then make an effort to put that formula together for the long term. It is a fixed amount. Most everything else in the agreement is the same. There's a fixed amount not to exceed each year over the next 3 years, which would set that at not to exceed $220,000 a year. So
for the next 3 years.
For the next 3 years only.
With so much red, it's hard to say that it's mostly very similar to the original contract. But as Mr. Scott mentioned in an email to the council, it is mostly similar, maybe just a little bit different formatting and wording, and
Right.
I think still looks like a good agreement.
I agree. I think it does make it simpler as I've read through it. You know, reading through redlining is sometimes difficult
It is.
to do, but I think it does make it simpler, and I think I like some of the verbiage better in those changes. I happened to speak with Mayor Carroll from Fruit Heights at the Davis High football game last week, and he hadn't heard, I don't know that he had seen these changes, so I'm not sure. Did this come from city manager? Or
It did.
Okay.
Legal counsel, I think, was mostly the one that made most of the comments.
I see.
And to my knowledge, they received the document back to Fruit Heights from their legal counsel just prior to their city council meeting on Tuesday.
Oh, is that? Okay, they have not voted on this either, right?
I was under the impression they had at this
I
point.
did, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
All right.
That's what Mayor Carroll mentioned that had not been voted upon.
Yes, please, if you would, that'd be great.
Brandon Halliday from Fruit Heights City. The 3 years, just to clarify, I think the only thing we wanted was the timeline of the agreement was 3 years. I don't think any of us on the council have any intent for it to take us 3 years to figure out a formula. We would love for it to be done in a couple of months. We don't want to drag that out. That's not our intent. I think we liked the idea of having some continuity for our small little city. And so that's where we really appreciate each of you being willing to help us get through this process. You're among friends, and we really do appreciate the work that you do. Obviously, we sit on a much smaller scale, but love the work that we do and really, really appreciate it. But to that end, we love the length of the agreement. We hope that it doesn't take us 3 years to figure out a formula that makes sense for both parties.
Yeah.
So, and then so far as we did receive, it was on our agenda for Tuesday, due to, there was one change on a paragraph where Brandon was talking to either Shane or somebody under about a paragraph and some clarification on just a paragraph that wanted to be added, as well as whether it was supposed to be 2 or 3 years. So we didn't have an approve or deny on our agenda. We just had to review it. Let's make sure that they're okay with it as it is. If they're good, we'll accept it as it is, and that's kind of where it stands for us. So I think unless you guys have changes you want to submit, we'll come back. But that's where we are. So again, really appreciate Shane and his staff and the time that's gone forth, and would love to get this resolved, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight, and both of these gentlemen, we've approved been to their recent city council meeting. Appreciate your willingness for everyone to be workable, but really appreciate you being here tonight as well.
I think I'm the only Fruit Heights native born here. Grew up there, moved 4 times, never left Fruit Heights. So I have to disclose that. So I think we are one, Kaysville and Fruit Heights. I always have felt that way. I'm glad to see this coming back together. And I'm glad to see that we have proudly serving Fruit Heights. I've seen it on a couple of the rigs. I think it's cool. And on top of that, I just think, a synergistic relationship between the two cities. Like I said, I think we're one, really. We do a lot of good for each other, and it's just keep it going. So I've heard from Mayor Carroll at the football game too, and also Brandon Green, and there seems to be some congruence going on here, so glad we're moving forward.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're more than sister cities. We share more than just a zip code. So it's great.
And as we mentioned when we attended previously, and not to rehash, but we recognize where we fell short in the communication, and as we committed before, we'll have recommitted and re-up to ensure that we don't ever get to that place again. So.
we're glad you found it in your hearts to forgive us.
Didn't say,
I feel you.
He said, I feel, not forgive. That's the other.
Mayor, I'll make a motion then that we approve the fire agreement as redlined with Fruit Heights City for fire and emergency services.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Page for approval as outlined. Any further discussion? Councilmember Adams, you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. The voting is unanimous. Thank you again,
Thank
gentlemen.
you.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councilors, for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Next on our agenda is air pack bids. Turn the time to.
Oh, you gotta stay, though.
Two in 1 week's too much.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is.
Next on our agenda is air pack, discussion of air pack bids. Our, Chief Larkin, are you going to give us a brief overview?
Good evening, Council. As you know, through the budgeting process, we were given some money to go ahead and replace our air packs, air plaques.
I just wanted to say thank you to this guy, too.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And our current air packs are about 15 years old. They become a maintenance problem. One of the other problems with air packs is the bottles that go onto them, which cost about $40,000, are all expiring and have to be replaced. So we thought it was a good time to upgrade our air packs. And so the current air packs we have are 30-minute air packs. The new ones will be 45. And 15 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but in a fire, that's a lot. Also, this new air packs will have a face piece for each person, so we make sure they all fit them. We haven't been able to do that before. They'll all also have voice amplifiers to be able to communicate more effectively on the fire scene so they can hear each other. If you put a big mask over your face that's all sealed and try to talk, it doesn't work so well. And then they try to talk on the radios and it's very garbled. So if they have a problem inside a fire, it's very problematic for us to hear what they're saying or communicate with each other. So the improvements they've made over the years of the air packs is quite dramatic. We looked at all the air packs that are pretty much available to us throughout the country with different vendors. Most of them are represented by vendors here. So we wrote up a specification over about a month. We put out our specifications. I hand-delivered it to each one of them to make sure I could answer all their questions. All of them put in bids. The bids that we received, then we took those and we put an Excel spreadsheet to build a matrix. And the matrix what we used was the safety of them, of the air packs, the maintenance of the air packs, and the cost of the air packs. And that kind of shifted around some of the who was the cheapest and who was the most and things like that. In fact, one of the air packs that was quite a bit higher than the rest of them because of the quality of the air pack over the others actually come down to the number 2, but it's still $40,000 more than the pack that we're recommending. The pack that we're recommending also was a brand that we're currently using, but it's gone through 2 different companies. But it's still the same brand, basically with the new name of the company, Honeywell. They were Survive Air, went to Spirian, and went to Honeywell. It's a completely new, redesigned air pack, extremely safe. The company that represents them is Ellen Curtis Fire Equipment in Salt Lake, represents them here. They have great service on the air packs. They get things back to us quick. They take very good care of us. One of the things in the specifications we wrote too was they had to have a 15-year warranty so that anything that went wrong with those air packs is going to be covered on their ticket. For example, the other day we broke 2 brackets that fit on the guy's back that the bottle connects to. It cost me about $200 an air pack to repair those. They're older, so they're more brittle. Under the new warranty, the old warranty was 12 years. These are 14 and a half years old. So we had to pay for them where under the new warranty would not have to pay for that. So they're very, very well covered, excellent air packs. Most of them we wouldn't mind. The other thing that's really good with these are the current packs that we're using. So the training of our firefighters and the ability for them to use them should be almost instantaneous, but we will do some training on them. The others have a little bit of training, but they're all very similar. The firefighters actually preferred a little more the MSA air pack, which was the most expensive one. Most of the things that we looked at was just some features that they liked, and not to say they're not important, but it has an adjustable back strap, so taller person, shorter person. Honeywell does a bracket that swivels with a person instead. So there were just some differences like that. But we thought for the cost difference, it wasn't worth the amount that we were going to pay. So we'd originally been budgeted around $200,000. The list price of those, when we looked at them, was about $235,000. We cut out 4 air packs from what we currently have because of our staffing is lower, and we're finding that we're not using 6 air packs per truck. We're using more like 4. So we cut it back from 6 air packs per truck down to 5 air packs per truck. And then some on our heavy rescue and some of our on our ambulances. So we were able to cut out 4 air packs, which saved us about $7,000 an air pack. With that and the bid process, we got the prices down to, I think, for the one I recommended was around $124,000. So we had a lot less money we had to spend than we thought. We're getting excellent air packs with excellent service that our guys can use effectively. One of the most important pieces of equipment that we carry on our firefighters for their safety. The one thing that we can't have guys not be able to breathe in a fire. If we don't have a truck, we can't put out a fire, but if we have a truck and we go in and the air packs fail, we lose firefighters. So this is one of the most critical pieces of equipment. Also included in the bid were what we call RIT bags. There were 3 RIT bags, and that's called Rapid Intervention Team equipment. And what happens is we have all the equipment in there to hook up the air packs. So if a person gets trapped, we can't get them out, but we can get to them. We can plug them into that, and they'll have an hour's worth of air on top of the air they already have. And so it included some of those too. So the recommendation we had was to go with a Honeywell. We think that'll serve us the best, and for the price, we think that's the right thing to do.
So according to the list that you provided us, LN Curtis is the vendor, Honeywell is the manufacturer, the amount $126,504.39 with 0 exceptions to the bid.
Right.
That's your recommendation.
Yeah, they had no exceptions, and they also exceeded some areas as well.
Thank you.
And that's the same, or maybe not the same brand of what the equipment that you're currently using,
Right.
but it is an iteration of
It's the
the
same
equipment.
company that's been sold and bought by different people.
Right,
And
so it's consistent, so you're
Right.
not going to have to retrain, you're not going to have,
Yep,
you guys
it
aren't
all
going to have
fits
to
the
relearn.
same, and that's one of the concerns, especially with the volunteer fire department. We have people from all different agencies, and so they use different packs at different agencies. And so part of our consideration is what's everybody using around us, but we found that Farmington uses Scott, and Layton uses MSA, but everybody else is pretty much on this one. So I believe Sunset, South Weber, Clinton, and North Davis all use Honeywell.
Well, it looks like you got a great deal for what we're getting.
Excellent deal. One of the things they had, Sperian had a particular problem with the previous version of the air pack, and it really hurt the company. And so when Honeywell took over, they said, we are going to over and redesign this thing. And they just made so many great improvements. And Honeywell being a company that builds components for jet fighters and everything else, I think they did a great job. And I think they'll be great air packs. Will serve us for a long time really well.
The only feedback I received in studying this issue is that not a lot of the firemen want them. And I've studied in the industry from other professional suppliers, some on your list, that with the Honeywell, the heads-up displays are not working properly. They're having troubles getting through that. The battery life is short, and I've heard that other departments have been disappointed with their purchase. So where it's such a sizable purchase, what do you say to all that?
I
can go one
haven't
by
heard
one
any of
if
those
you want.
things with the people I've been in contact with. The battery life has been a problem with the MSA, the other version, because they have one air pack or one battery system, which is really nice. But if the one battery goes down, the whole pack goes down, heads-up displays, everything else goes. And so that was a concern where in the Honeywell you have 3 different ones. And so I think that was that one, but in my research, that's what I'd heard. The firemen, when they evaluated them, looked at them all. They liked a lot of them, and there were different features on different ones. Their preference was the MSA.
That's what I'm
And
hearing.
what MSA did was they took all groups of firefighters over several years and said, what do you like about every one of these air packs, and what do you like about what don't you like? And they designed that air pack. So it would be that they would really, really like it because they designed it around those things. But a lot of it's more cosmetic and preferences. There's no issues with safety or anything like that. So we would be happy with MSA if you choose to go with MSA. It's just I couldn't find any compelling reason to go that much more money being that there was really no issues that I found of safety or concern. And so
The
we
difference is
recommended that.
roughly $40,000.
Yeah, you know, like I say, they had adjustable back strap. They all do things a little different. MSA, one thing I liked about MSA too, is they have the amplifier on the air pack. So instead of having to maintain 40 amplifiers on the face pieces, I don't have to do 18 on air packs. But if they break, the whole air pack goes into service. And so we thought, well, it's easier just to clip one off the face piece and send it into service and continue using the air pack, rather than sending the whole air pack out and be short an air pack. So it's just different companies' preferences of how they like to do it. Yeah, when we did a survey of the firefighters, they felt like if they got to choose and money not being the option, they'd like MSA. When I brought it up in the last 2 officer meetings, there wasn't, you know, they still kind of preferred that, but they understood with the price and everything that this would be hard to turn down because it was an excellent air pack. All of them have some of their glitzy issues, and I hadn't heard anything with the heads-up display. I talked to Clinton, I talked to North Davis, looked on blogs and things. I didn't find anything with a heads-up display.
And that's not coming
So if
from
you can
me,
tell me
that's-
what departments are, you know, I could
Yeah.
check into that.
That's the owner of-
Especially before we purchase them, we could double check on that, but Ellen Curtis with their service, they have 7 techs that are at their building that are professional techs. Every other vendor here uses off-duty firefighters when they're available to do their service. Now, they do good service, there's not a problem, but the availability of service and the quickness of it isn't quite the same. But we would be happy with either. I think I said that in my recommendation there. We would be fine with either. I just felt like I couldn't bring you a really good argument of why to spend that much more money, but the guys would be happy if you'd like to do that. Either way would be fine with me.
Chief Larkin, what does exceptions to bid mean exactly? Is that a
Okay.
qualitative measure? They're not substantive things?
Right.
Because it seems like some of the most expensive ones have the most exceptions, but maybe
They
that-
did, but some of the exceptions are again, those cosmetic things.
Yeah.
Okay, Survive Air would put green and red lights, the other one might have a blue or yellow light, so they took an exception with that. And so with the MSA, the exceptions there are all cosmetic exceptions. There's nothing there that would take them out of the play. The PASS device, which is a personal safety device, it's a device in the pack that when you go down and don't move it, it goes off and helps us locate a downed firefighter. They also have, with MSA and Survive Air, it goes off when you get to excessive heat, where your equipment will begin to fail. And Survive Air just has theirs at a lower temperature, so it's a little bit safer. But in reality, if you were in a flashover, something like that that would take you down, they'd both go off. You know, it would still warn us. So that's not a real big concern. But that's one place where Survive Air exceeded the spec. But so like I say, the exceptions on those two aren't a big concern. There's some other brands that were lower priced that their exceptions were substantial enough that we didn't feel like it met the specification. But both Scott, MSA, and Survive Air, I think, even with their exceptions, they were mostly cosmetic or manufacturing differences. They just took exceptions for those areas, but they weren't a concern, or the fact that they did not meet the bid.
Thank you.
Okay.
With Mayor's blessing, Chief Oberg, and, you know, if you two are okay with this, let's put this over into your court. It's your department. You're purchasing, flak jackets for your guys, or something of that nature. And you can bring us a $40,000 savings, but your guys want the other one. And maybe not because it's cooler looking, but they know that it's spec'd out better or whatever it may be. Can you help with any advice on that scenario? I'm putting you on the spot. If you're not interested, but if you are, how would you handle that? I'm sure you've handled that before, and I'm sure, Brett, you have too. But where he's in the room, take advice from 2 badged men here.
And most of these things are cosmetic. There's not.
Because we're the money side, right? But I want to hear rubber meets the road side from both of you. What do you think?
I think it can be tough with trying to be a good steward of taxpayer money and at the same time trying to find something that fits and works. An example I guess I would draw on right away is we need to buy dash cam videos for our cars soon. So the ones we've got right now are out of warranty. They're starting to break down. They're starting to become a problem for us financially repairing them. Either we keep paying a lot of money to repair them, or we buy new ones, or we go without. If we decide to buy new ones and go out to bid, you know, which ones do we do? We can take in, we get demonstrations from all the companies, and we try to certainly, the more officer preference you take, the more you're going to have some. It's going to be very tough to get everybody to agree on one thing. That's the problem with involving the officers. But you do want the buy-in. But at the end of the day, I think as an administrator, you have to try to determine the best product for the best price for the city, and hope that you know, that melds well with what the officers think is easiest and best for them to use as well. Because if they don't have buy-in on the equipment that you're buying, you know, one risk is that it's not going to be used properly or the way you intended, and by doing that, then you really have not spent the money well either. So I think trying to meld all those can certainly be a challenge. I know very little about SCBA's personally, so, but
You know the acronym, that was pretty impressive. Just
And aside from personnel, you know, if there's a product that is superior, right, that's where it gets tough. Do you let money stand in the way? So.
Yeah, it's a tough balance.
Not, yeah.
Definitely.
Chief Larkin, is there a difference in warranty coverage on the MSA versus
Nope,
the Honeywell?
The warranties are the same, and like I say, a lot of times it's, the difference here is, you know, a Ford and a Chevy, you have a Silverado that has, you know, backup lights that are brighter than the backup lights on the Ford, or you have, and that's kind of what these things are. There's no safety issues that I can see with them. If the guys prefer the MSA, you always like to give them what they prefer, and I like to lean that way. I just felt like such a large difference in money that the bang for the buck wasn't there, so that was my recommendation. But we would be very happy with MSA. There's absolutely no problem with them. You know, I mean, you can go around, and if you talk to a Ford guy, he never has any problems with it. You talk to the Chevy guy, you know, I've talked to different departments with MSA and Scott, and they can always tell you a few things here and there. Some agencies weren't getting their air packs for 6 or 8 months. They have rotating people that come around and maintain them, and you know, there's just all kinds of stories, but we don't know how many of them are true or just an opinion because it's a Ford or a Chevy, they don't like it or whatever. So that's why we put that matrix together, tried to do something a little more scientifically. I gave out quite an extensive sheet for the guys to evaluate, but they just kind of wore them and didn't use the sheet. And so we just kind of went off what their feelings and opinions were. Layton's had MSA. They've had pretty good success with them. And it's a different version. This one's a brand new version, just on the market. Both them and Spirian and Scott, there was a new standard that started about a year ago. So these all come up to this new standard as of a year. So we really don't have any long-time usage of them. And so it's been hard to get any real good hard data to say this one always has this problem. And so I kind of went on blogs to see what there was, and there just wasn't a lot. And so, you know, and I told all the firemen in an officer meeting about a month ago, I said, well, please do some research and get it back to me so we can bring whatever we need to the council so I can be very aware of any issues or problems. And we met again last night, and nobody had anything for me. So, you know, so I just kept with the Honeywell. But like I say, we would not, they would be happy if we got the MSA, and I surely would not be upset by buying the MSA. Wouldn't bother me at all. So.
What does the New York Fire Department use?
You know, I don't know. I think Scott.
Just think of the ultimate fire department.
Yeah,
right?
well, you know, maybe.
The ultimate fire department's Kaysville, I think. Kaysville's the ultimate.
They're one of the biggest fire departments, and a lot of purchasing power. From my knowledge, you know, from what I think, I couldn't guarantee it, but I think it's Scott. Scott air packs are very good. They've stayed the same for all the years, even though they've done the improvements. They haven't changed a whole lot, and they're pretty bulletproof. But guys like the features. Guys like the back frames moving and all the different things. And then those also become maintenance issues. Some of those, and what we found is I talked to one of the vendors that brought in a guy from out of state and asked him, you know, what are some of the glitches in your air pack? I don't want to hear about the other guys. And he says, well, what we're finding is even though we have the adjustable back strap, most people don't adjust them because, especially in the volunteer department, they're running the trucks, they get them on. But when you're full-time, you can go in there and you can adjust the backpack to you, and you know you're going to be sitting in that seat. So they said it's a nice feature, but unless you're really tall or really small, no one ever messes with them. And so, you know, I'm going like, okay, so that's a great thing, but it's a maintenance issue. No one really uses it, so maybe we'd rather have the swivel so we can bend and pick up things and do roof work and things like that. But, you know, all being said, those two are equals. I couldn't find one thing that was so much better than one that I could come and recommend one over the other. It's a Glock or a Smith & Wesson. You know, it's a bulletproof vest that has reflective stuff on it, and one doesn't. You know, it's that kind of, those kinds of things is what I saw. But like I say, only reason we wouldn't recommend MSA is the price. Or we wouldn't. It's no other reason than that.
Well, it sounds
So-
like for a $40,000 difference, we can get the, you know, what you're saying is
Right.
from your technical
Well-
expertise, your professional opinion is that the Honeywell it maybe doesn't have the same bells and whistles or something like that that the MSA
They just
has, but
they have different
it's every
ones.
bit as functional.
It is.
And will do as well. And then that $40K that you could otherwise spend is potentially reserved for something else.
Right, and
So-
I talked to them the other day, and so it sounds like they're willing to take our old packs on trade-in at $1,000 a piece. So
Is
that could
MSA
cut the
willing
price
to?
to MSA, $24,000, but I haven't got an offer back from Honeywell to see what they would do. They may also. And
we're
so
almost
I'm
in the
waiting to
same
hear from
court.
them, but that definitely is a deal from MSA that they would be willing to cut that price $24,000 if we have 24 packs, which we do.
Well, I raise the concerns, I just want to be kind of additional clarity, you know, I'm just going off of the feedback I've received, A, and, you know, the studies I've done, B.
Right.
And C, though, the way that I view it and the perspective that I come from is what you two need stands above everything else, you know, in my opinion,
Right.
in the city, responsibly. You know, I'm sure Chief wants a Ferrari cruising around in with a light bar on it and all that, but
Yeah.
but that stands first and foremost to me. So I refuse to almost look at the money on this thing and stick with stats, preference, what the most functional thing in the field, because of what these gentlemen do behind that mask, you know.
Right.
And so that's the way that I view it, I guess, and I just want to make sure that it's, that we're providing them the highest quality, being as objective as I can here with this next comment. You know, I look at electronic devices up here that are now been provided. I look at new key fobs on a building in the city, and these were outside of the budget. These are things that were just,
Right.
okay. Some things that were and some things that weren't so much, you know, brought back to this room and said, okay, we're moving forward with it. And then I look at some athletic things that have been, you know, brought to us outside the budget this year too, and all those things have been accommodated. So to me here, I want to make sure, you know, this department is getting absolutely the best.
Right.
So support you in that.
Yeah, both of those are absolutely the best. Both of those are going to have glitches and issues. You know, all that equal. The big difference is just the price. With the one caveat is that all the firemen said they would prefer the MSA over that just because they do. They didn't bring back me anything why, but it's the features. It's the comfort, the features, and the things that they wore. So they would prefer that.
Two things would help me. If Honeywell declined the offer to, you know, apply our gear towards the purchase,
Okay.
then I would say it's probably not enough of a financial divide, you know, to go with Honeywell, and I would be in favor of MSA. And also perhaps a survey, you know, of the crew. I know we have
Right.
guys who come from various departments. Some work 3 departments, perhaps a survey, and we come back and we weigh that in and with it too. If
Yeah.
you guys aren't in dire needs tomorrow.
Well, no, we're not
this-
in dire needs, but I can tell you what the survey is. They pretty much 100% prefer the MSA, but they don't discount the fact that they don't like the Honeywell. So
Really would
it's
come down
like
to that
chocolate
Honeywell.
or vanilla. We all like chocolate better, but both ice creams are really good.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of where we're at here. And so when I looked at that and said, geez, all things being equal, they don't hate either one of them. They prefer the one over the other because some features. None of those have, you know, in our matrix showed that they were any safer than the Honeywell. Their preference was that, and then there was such a substantial difference in price that I thought, well, if there's not that substantial difference in the air packs, and they're the current ones we're using, and we're happy with those, and they've been well cared for, that's what would be my recommendation. If money's not the option to support my firefighters, MSA would be the recommendation.
That's where I'll rest. That's where I sit. You know, if
Right.
if Honeywell denies.
The Honeywell did
that,
come out better on our matrix and things, but a matrix is a matrix.
But the buyback.
Humans are humans, and there's one thing I want is take care of my firefighters and give them what they want.
Now, you said Honeywell was 15-year warranty. What about the MSA?
It's 15 also. Honeywell actually has 12, but they've given me a document from the company that says they'll honor it for 15 years. And they're probably changing that anyway just to be competitive in the market. It used to be a 12-year for everybody, but MSA and Scott kicked theirs up this year to 15 and Honeywell didn't. So they sent me documentation that they would cover it for 15 years.
If Honeywell came back and said, no, we won't give you any trade-in on your packs, as Councilmember Adams mentioned, I mean, that narrows the gap, 24,000, so what are we, we're $16,000 difference versus a 40, which is much more significant. If Honeywell says, no, we won't trade in your packs for $1,000 a pack, I mean, we don't just throw them in the dumpster. Right. Do they still have some value in a different market?
Not really, because they're 15 years old, they're out of warranty. You know, we'll put them on one of the big sites or something to see what we can get, but typically they get donated to some smaller department somewhere, and they take them on. There's just not really any market for them. Those who are in the market for those will usually go to bid and buy them. Honeywell, you know, my feeling is that MSA come in high and they're trying to massage their amount. I think Honeywell gave us their best price, and I don't think they could make any money if they bought at our air packs because they gave us their best price. So I'm not expecting to get anything from them, but they may. I mean, they're willing to help us try to sell them or anything like that, but I don't know that they'll change their price. I don't.
I think if we could go back to
that's
them,
my gut feeling. I don't know that they won't, but, you know.
We can go back to them without disclosing any of this, you know, the figures and what the value the other company will give us and give them a fair shot. That's fair. But
yeah. Well, you know, being that Honeywell was #1 on everything, they called me today to see what the status was, and I inquired. I said, would you be willing to buy our old air packs, because these guys have already offered to buy ours. And they said they'd check in on it. It was one of their salespeople. But my feeling is they gave us a really great price, and that they can't absorb that where MSA didn't, so they've got some area to absorb. And so, and maybe they have some market for it that I'm not aware of as well. So
the question would be then for the council, if MSA had that concession and you were talking about a $16,000 difference, maybe procedurally, can we make that discretion to say, you know what, we know we went to bid, but we really like this one better, so we're going to take the.
I think you absolutely could.
The highest bid.
I think a motion could even be made to say, if Honeywell's willing to meet that, we go with them, or if not, we go with MSA.
So that question is for the council: is the $16,000 worth the worth the, assuming Honeywell, if Honeywell does it, and all of a sudden the Honeywell bid's $102,000, yeah, then it's back to 40.
Well, what a negotiating tool for him. Here's the motion. You have to give us the deal, or and you got the deal if you're willing to do it. Like they're
and
yeah, I guess
maybe that's offered to both of them.
Sorry, I look at it from a little different perspective, and that is, maybe we could do it. And if Chief Larkin, if you were saying there's a significant difference here, it wouldn't matter whether it was the 40 or the 16. I'd say, yeah, it's a quality issue, it's a safety issue. You feel it's significant. I'm certainly not an expert on air packs. If that's what you were saying, that would be different. But what you're telling me is it's the difference between chocolate and vanilla. And I don't know as much about, even though we worked on the purchasing policy, I know I would never get that through the state. So you have to have a substantive quality reason why you wouldn't select the lowest bid. Otherwise, it's lowest bid unless it's a professional bid, and then you weight it 30% to cost and 70% to quality. So there's different ways that you can do purchasing. But I guess with all the needs we have in other areas of the city, for example, curb and gutter, safe routes to school, 16,000 is still important to me. So if you're telling me it's the difference between chocolate and vanilla, I personally couldn't support spending $16,000 more because one has a strap that goes to anyone's height and another uses a different method to accomplish the same purpose, and they like the one slightly better.
Yeah.
Then that wouldn't be a reason for me to spend 10, even 16, which is 10% more. So it's, it's $16,000. So I definitely have a different perspective on that.
With all due respect to Chief's homework, which has been awesome, there is on the table. I'm not at liberty to disclose this. It's a professional in the industry, but the heads-up display is not working properly. The battery life being short, and other departments are disappointed. So, and I agree with you, Councilman Regarn. I wouldn't do a chocolate versus vanilla either, or the Chevy versus the Ford. I'd go with the money, the savings. But I guess perhaps we could verify some of these issues. So those issues are on the table, I guess.
Well, and we don't necessarily have to decide it tonight, and I'm sure both vendors would give us our packs again. We can get them in the same room with the guys and have them more thoroughly go through them all. And if you give me the list of the departments that aren't satisfied, I'd be more than happy to give them a call. I haven't found any because there's just so few that have them. I know the guys up north are very happy with them, and so give me who those people are, and I'd be more than happy to look into that because I hadn't heard that, and I've talked to several, and they're so new out. It's hard to know. You don't have a long time experience, but we could go through that checkoff sheet I want those guys to do before, and we could go through them and just make sure what we're doing to make sure all those things work.
It's a 15-year decision for the
Yeah, it is.
For
And if you look at it too, if you amortize the air packs out over all those years, let it go into maintenance so we don't know they're going to be, that's $1,000 a year, not to have something you prefer over something you don't prefer. Even with the safety, issues not even there. So.
Some maintenance homework would probably be important too. If everybody in the world has Honeywells, and on average it's a 6-week service time, I'm just totally guessing, but on average MSA is a 2-week service time. That's probably something at least to consider as well.
And kind of what happens is the service center that Ellen Curtis has, I'll walk in, hand the pack in, go make another errand, come back and pick it up and take it home with me. It's all bench tested, ready to go. If you drop it at the other vendors, they wait till the firemen come off duty, they come in and work on the pack. But even then, you're talking sometimes 2 days or 2 weeks, so they're all doing pretty good. There's no one I'm concerned with that. There are some that just do a little bit better, but all of them service us well. In this, there'll be some extra, not really extra air packs, but there's plenty on the trucks. So 1 or 2 can go out for service, and it doesn't impact us greatly.
The closing date for these bids was over a month ago now. Is there a perform by date in these bids to say, here's our bid through for the next X amount of days?
No, they'll stick with the number. I mean, we'll get this done before very long. I think more than 6 months, then they might want to review it. But right now, I think the number's good for, as long as we got to take it. And they're all willing to give us more equipment and do whatever we need to do. So.
I agree. There is
about
some.
a 90-day delivery, so we'd like it by the first of the year. So we're kind of up against it, but 30 days here and there is not going to impact us a lot.
There is some value that goes into the morale side of things. If we were talking about a little less, if we were just talking percentages, and the Chief Oberg said, the gun my guys really wants $550, but the $500 one works pretty good. For me, there's that part of to say, when you're asking these people to put their life in their line and draw it out, let's get them the one they're most comfortable with from a percentage factor. Now, when you start talking dollars and 16 to 40 especially, it's a little harder to sell, and so I appreciate why you came to us the way you did. The trade-in thing is interesting to me, though, because if MSA trades in and Honeywell doesn't, then that narrows the gap.
It does.
That might be the chocolate vanilla. They're both the same, but one's 10% cheaper.
Yeah.
The guys are going to feel a lot better, more appreciated with the chocolate. So it's a fine line. It's for sure a fine line.
Like I say, they're both great air packs, and like I say, the recommendation at the bottom line was they're both great. One's cheaper. We already own it. We're familiar with it. Seems the way to go. MSA being the cheaper one, we would have snapped it up like that too. So
there's a couple
this
things.
recommendation is more financial than use.
A couple things you could do if the council feels like the 16,000 difference is worth the investment. You could worth the morale investments, if you would. You could make the motion to approve the agreement with Winder Fire for the MSA air packs in the amount listed, so long as they are going to take in our trade-ins at $1,000 a piece and that Honeywell is not. That could give the chief the authorization, and then you could also perhaps say, if you wanted to in that motion, that if Honeywell is willing to match the same trade-in offer that I guess that I take that back. Now I'm rewinding, because now we're approving a bid that we're saying, you just go figure it out. But probably the best option here is just to table the item if the council's interested.
That's what I was thinking, and I was wondering, are we at liberty with MSA to counter back? We're not hitting bid numbers against one another. We have a variable here.
Right.
Are we at liberty to say, we feel the packs are worth this? So I just throw that in your court. He's yielding to you.
I'm less comfortable with that myself than I am with accepting the return of those. I think that's a really nice benefit, but you want them to say,
if we
go
say
back
we
to
feel the packs are
the
worth
MSA and say,
$1,300 in the marketplace, and we're looking.
I think the most we could get for those packs back would be great, but I guess I hesitate to say, can you sharpen your pencil a little bit? We like your bid, but could you lower it a little bit?
We just look at it, there's a variable that they've thrown out.
Yeah,
right?
if that's the variable, I
Which
like
is-
that, but.
I can tell you in the past, the air packs on trade-ins that I've experienced has been about $300 a pack, not $1,000. So getting $1,000 an air pack is pretty substantial.
Cool. Well, in keeping fair, we should offer it to them all.
Right.
Chief, one last question, if you don't mind. What is your budget for this item?
For this one?
Uh-huh.
I believe the line item was $200,000. We originally asked for $235 because that was what MSA had. We went to MSA because that was a preferred one. Says, what is your list price? And they said $235. So we says, well, we'll probably get a little better. So we budgeted for $200. And so when they come in and anywhere from 122 to 166, we were shocked. That was that low. But again, I'd cut out a few air packs. But even so, I thought they'd probably come in somewhere between 180 and 200,000. So they're all great prices.
So we're budgeted, we're way under.
Plenty of money to do it.
And it's not, outside items like
No.
things that have been already discussed here.
As we go through and actually detail the order, my guess is we'll have a little bit up and down with some things that may have been not added or something like this overseen, but I don't think very much. I think it's just teeny bit. I think these numbers are pretty accurate on what our cost is going to be.
Well, I feel the same as the mayor. I motion that we table the item and tell Chief,
Great.
we've already got the survey, and I tell Chief comes back and says, here's what I come up with on the second go-round.
Yep.
And I'm fine to second the table, and I think it makes sense. But should we give a little more direction, I guess, exactly what will occur? For example.
Yeah, the direction I was starting to give as part of the motion, which didn't feel, well, I don't give motions, but recommending for a motion, I think you could maybe table, because I think what we're saying is.
I think just table it, let us get more information.
If you're able to trade in and the gap is much narrower and you find, then bring it back, and sounds like the council would probably be more willing to.
I think what we'll do is we'll work on those two vendors. I'll have them bring in their air packs. We'll go through it. I'll get Councilman Adams' information, and I'll contact those departments. and we'll do some more research so I can find those actual departments. And then we'll talk to them about if Honeywell's willing to do a trade-in, and then just bring you back the final numbers and the surveys and things. I know anecdotally, all the guys want MSA, and so I'm happy to go with that. But we'll do a little more research, make sure that everything's the way we think it is and works as well as we do.
In the spirit of fairness, is it fair, since there's only 5 vendors, to tell them all where we are kind of realigning the bid and we're offering a offer on to buy back our gear?
Well,
Just in fairness.
Avon, Indospiro, and Draeger really didn't meet the specs, and they're quite different the way they function. And I don't know if you want to go into all the explanations, but the way they hook up the face pieces are different. And when you're trying to get those things on in 30 seconds, all that matters and all that counts. And so we felt like they didn't even meet the specifications. So Scott would be the only other one.
Okay.
And that's what Ogden uses. They use Scott. They're probably one of the bigger users. I think Farmington uses an older version of Scott. I think Ogden has a newer version. And they're kind of lukewarm on them, but again, they were low bid in what they got. So, yeah, I'll go back and make sure that's what their preference. We'll really evaluate these a lot harder, and we'll talk to Honeywell about the trade-ins and go from there, if that works.
And Chief, I'm glad you said follow up on, Councilman Adams' information, which may be proprietary or whatever reason he can't share it now, but I'm assuming you can share it. You can share it with Chief Larkin, right, to follow up on some of the things you've heard about the other.
Concerns?
Yeah, well, I thought it went without saying, but sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I just have one more question. I'm sorry, it's a legal question, because this comes up in bids that we do at the state, that there's a liability to not following purchasing procedure, but I think you already assured me, Shane, that that's not a concern, so you're not going to have vendors come back and say, well, I was the lowest bidder that met spec, but you just chose another vendor because you liked them better. That generally, in a lot of, that could generate liability in some contracts, so I just asked that question.
I believe this is defensible because of, and I think this is what maybe Councilman Adams is saying, is that not that we liked them better, but we like the packs better. Not that we like the person better, the guy selling it to us, or even the but you could even argue the company. I think if the company does a better job, if they are more reliable, if they answer your questions, I think those are defensible items. Now, that doesn't stop somebody from making a claim, and
right, and
it's always something we want to be aware of. And
I would
take
agree
seriously.
and I'm not an attorney, but I just have to deal with this and deal with the attorneys on issues like this. I would agree with what you're saying as long as 2 things are there. The reasons you're stating are substantive, and secondly, they're documented in writing.
Yeah. So. And I think also the way you craft the bid in the first place is very, very important. Do you say in there that we reserve the right to throw out any and all bids?
That's right.
Yep.
Which we usually do. That's a pretty standard language for us.
I am sensing
standard
that
protocol.
I am sensing that someone's about to make a motion to table this item for the time being.
Okay. And I will go do those things, and we'll get back.
Well, I made a motion to table. There's a motion on the table.
And I'll second it.
I think Jake was making a second.
Oh,
thought.
That's okay.
I didn't.
Whoever you want
Sorry,
the second to be, Mayor.
Yeah, Jake did.
All right, thank you.
Thought somebody did.
I don't remember that someone did, but so a motion
Well,
by
you seconded it with maybe a stipulation, but if you're...
Oh, that's right, we started going, and then we got off.
No,
That's right.
not a stipulation. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on what information needed to be gathered. And,
So the original motion then, that's right, was table the item, period. Is that your second?
And I did second that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there was other discussion that makes clear, but necessary. Okay. All right, so motion second to table this item. Any further discussion? Councilmember Lee, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Both chiefs.
Chief.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thanks, Chief.
Chiefs. Next on our agenda is Code of Conduct for Elected and Appointed Officials, Resolution 1610-1. Mr. Scott.
Mayor, City Council, I think you remember at the last meeting, we tabled this item in an effort to gather public comment, as we did on the first version. I received several comments, most of which were positive. There was, if you look at page 33 of your packet, there are a couple of items there, just 3 that were potential edits that came in on the ethics@KaysvilleCity.com email. Number 1 is item number 5, change the wording from not permitted to discouraged. If you look at item number 5, that's talking about members of the public. Rather than saying that the clapping, shouting, and booing during meetings is not permitted, the suggestion was to change that to is discouraged. So I wanted your feedback on that before I made that edit. Item number 2 is just it talks about disclosures. There's no suggestion to change the code, just making a comment about some of those disclosures may not necessarily need to be made public. And then the third comment there is that the second to last bullet point, rather than saying in accordance with Utah code, offending member may be removed from meetings, it says any member of the council acting in violation of this code of conduct, city code, or city policy and procedures may be removed from the meetings, which I think is a good change as well. This has been reviewed by not only members of the public in general, but also more than one attorney, and these were the only comments that came back. There were a few, I'd add a period here, I'd add a comma there that I just went ahead and made. That I didn't need to bother you with as well. So other than that, this is the same document you saw last time with those perhaps 2 potential edits of number 1 and number 3.
And I just found a typo too under compliance and enforcement. The last bullet point, it says, and legal means sand. I think it's and.
Yes.
Again, I know that I don't vote on this. I personally, I like number 3. I think is a good suggestion. Number 1, I guess I was just curious about discouraged versus not permitted. The code of conduct's for those who are up here,
right?
Not necessarily. And so, if we had someone, I mean, to my knowledge, to date, we haven't had anyone boo or clap, and up here, but. Discouraged. I don't know how big of an issue that is, but it doesn't bother. The one question I just had about the disclosure side of things, is there a reason why if someone made conflict disclosure that we would want it held in private as opposed to, does that mean it would not be subject to grandma or not be publicly available? If Chris had a disclosure, had a conflict, and he made you and I aware of it, but nobody else knew.
Right.
I guess I'm trying to understand the logic behind disclosing it, but having it be a secret disclosure.
I agree. I think the idea here is for that to be a public disclosure,
right.
Whether to recuse him or herself from deliberations and decision making, or
sorry, Councilman Snow.
That's okay.
What I put in there is exactly what the comment was. So it was my comment, but I kind of felt like maybe that it talks in that section about disclosing investments, interest in real property, sources of income and gifts. Is there maybe a potential investment that may be sensitive? There was a suggestion to not change the code. It was just more of a comment. So I think it's rare this would come up.
Maybe that person was under the impression that that this sentence means that the member would have to disclose the specific investment, the value of the real estate property, those kinds of things, which is not what is disclosed. So maybe we alter that to say members shall disclose general details if they have investments or things like that, not to get into the granularity of it, the specifics. I don't know.
And I had the same impression. I didn't like this comment generally for the reason you stated, Councilman Snell, that really if there's a conflict of interest, that's meant to be publicly disclosed. But there didn't seem to be the tie-in, and so I think the language could be reworked a little bit, because where it was mentioning investments, blah, 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 it was inferred, but it didn't explicitly state that as a part of the conflict of interest. So it left it sort of ambiguous of, well, are you talking about just investments generally? You would have to, so anyone reading it might infer that because we're talking about the conflict, but maybe to make it more explicit, but certainly not make conflict of interest disclosures be only to the mayor or that makes no sense.
I have a sheep ranch in Nevada, just to be disclosing, Kidding. I mean, the point that Jake's making is right. Like, it probably needs to be tailored towards investments that are conflictive with our role.
Germane to the item
Yeah.
coming before the council.
I also like item 3. I think that's a good change to the language. And item 1, I'm somewhat ambiguous, although I'm sort of wondering what discouraged means. That it does say that the mayor has the option to, and of course we clap, but personally I like the little stronger, not permitted, but I hadn't thought of your point that, hey, it's related to the appointed bodies or the council. It's not referring to the public. It almost seems out of place in that context, I guess.
Yeah, we, in these meetings, we discourage folks from booing or applauding in a public hearing so that others don't feel intimidated for coming up to the microphone. That being said, we've made that recommendation before, and sometimes have been just blatantly, blatantly is not the right word, have just been, you know what, I'm going to applaud and I'm going to boo. I don't really, and that's totally their right. And so I feel like it's kind of the same way up here. If someone wants to applaud or boo, or it's certainly discouraged, but I would probably be less likely to say, okay, council, now you can applaud. Council, now you must stop. So
now you may boo.
Now you may boo.
I think technology in it'll say that.
Change it to discouraged at the end. I mean, I think changing discouraged is just fine, because at the end of the day, people, if we're talking about totally out of order, then that's a different story. So I personally, I think number 1 is also fine.
So the disclosures are really relative to this body, to the planning commission body, right? Any body that this document oversees. So, for example, if someone were to, obtain, I mean, this wouldn't be like an investment that they had in things, but let's say somebody with the insider information of being on the council was to obtain like 100 or 200 loads of field dirt. They knew about it, and they obtained that on their property. So we would need to disclose that, hey, Public Works has 100 loads of field dirt, it's coming over here to my place. So I'm hoping that kind of nature of things would also be what you're getting at, Shane, in disclosures.
So I'm sorry, Councilman.
Or hey, there's some improvements that need to be made, and as a byproduct, somebody gets improvement on their real property out of that. I hope that's kind of what we're also in the spirit of in the disclosure thing here.
Yeah, I think you could go overboard on disclosures. I had a discussion several years ago with someone who came and said, you're a mortgage guy, you shouldn't vote on any rezones because there's a potential you could do a loan on that. And then I said, so there's a council member who's a plumber at the time, there's a potential that they could plumb that house, or there's a potential, we had a seminary teacher that person could teach, and so you could really get way above and beyond. But I think maybe direct, I'm curious about, in order to ensure their independence, I'm just going to read this, conflict of interest, in order to ensure their independence and impartiality on behalf of the common good, members shall not use their official positions to influence governmental decisions in which they have a material financial interest, or where they have organizational responsibility or personal relationship which may give the appearance of conflict of interest. In accordance, and I think this is the key part, because we don't reference a specific statute here, but we say, in accordance with law, members shall disclose investments, interest, real property, sources of income, and gifts, and shall abstain from participating in deliberations and decision-making where conflicts of interest conflicts may exist. My sense tells me, because I think legislators especially have to file disclosures, if we're talking about accordance of law, does the state already have some definitions of where this is applicable? And maybe we just need to say, in accordance with, assuming, yes, this section of law, members shall disclose, and then the details of you should have disclosed that, or you shouldn't have disclosed that. Maybe if that's more applicable back to whatever the state statute is, then this additional definition may not be necessary.
Excuse me, Mayor, I can see where you got that. That was my aha moment over here a minute ago. And that, I agree with what you say. The direction I was thinking more is if it's direct relation to, city. After the lessons that Vance and I learned this summer, I'm very well versed on this. And, so let's say if, like I'm the Public Works Council member, right? And let's say in my backyard, like I have a stream or something and it needs to be dredged out. And all of a sudden, when the dredging's done on city dollar, I have ponds, at my disposal, beautiful ponds. I would think that would be something that we would say, hey, look, I'm disclosing that, the city's coming down to clean their ditch, and all the while, I just think those kind of things where it's directly relative to the city, that's what I'm referring to as insider trading, I guess. That's the wrong term, I understand, but in a way, we might know something that the general public doesn't know, and I just think that would be appropriate to say, want y'all to know, Public Works is bringing 100 loads of field in my property. That's not going to happen here. I'm using this as just a scenario. So that's just my hope, is that in these disclosures, it would extend to things of that nature.
Yeah, all the more reason to probably not have any that are private for that reason, so that there can't be any argument to say, well, city manager and the mayor knew about it, and I told them, but it went into the secret file, and so it was a disclosure that only 2 people knew about. Yeah, I think broadening that a little bit.
Mayor, just one, sorry, if
yes,
you're not finished. Yeah, I just wanted to say, if I could remember what I was going to say.
Hamster.
It must be getting late.
It's getting late already.
Yeah, I just think I did remember, and what it is this is, sometimes there's a bright line. The governor a little while ago became very concerned, I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with this or not, with any appearance of conflict. So state law says that you can't accept any meal or any gratuity of any kind over $50. But the governor decided, I want to make it zero, basically. So you can't, have any meal, so I stopped having meals with insurance companies. But I guess the point I'm making is if there's a bright line, you've got to follow it. So there's a bright line in the law. It says $50, you've got to follow that. If there's an executive order that says the amount is zero, then you follow that as a state employee. But this code of ethics, there's not necessarily, there could be bright lines here, but for example, discourage clapping and booing. That's up, if we left that in, it's the council, that's up to the judgment of the council person. If you have a material conflict, what's a material conflict? That's up to the judgment. Now, if it were me, for example, it would be absolutely anything, because I'd want to make sure that that was public. If there was any conflict, if there was any chance that someone might say, Jake, you had a conflict and you voted on that, I'd want to disclose that. But someone else might see that differently. I don't know that it exactly, I guess the point I'm making without belaboring the point is it's a matter of judgment too. It's a matter of each council member's personal judgment as to what would be a conflict. Now, someone else might disagree with that later, right? And you run that risk if your judgment is very liberal towards yourself. But I guess I'm just making the point that you don't need to define everything as long as you're making the principal point, the principal point, and then leave it up to the good judgment of the people who serve to decide what they disclose and when. Because ultimately, that's what they're going to do anyway. If someone is not going to disclose, they don't disclose. If someone's going to, they will. So,
I agree. Would you agree that, perhaps that, we're talking about like private investments, like let's say that you're a stakeholder in a large development company, and nobody knows that. So that's, I think, what Shane's covering.
Yeah, the development company's bid comes before the council. And
or zoning,
or
whatever that may be, and it helps get pushed through. And so what I'm saying is just kind of quite the contrary, or not contrary, just a little bit of contrast that, would you agree also that this disclosure should be made in some of the scenarios I presented, and use that on a broad spectrum, but when it involves our role in the city too, per se. So that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I guess it depends. It depends on the individual circumstance and the fact pattern. So clearly, though, I think use of city resources of any kind for personal property or personal or real property or use or whatever would be, first of all, I'm not even sure that's exactly a conflict in the sense that voting on the bid would be. To me, that's just malfeasance. That's just, you know, you don't use taxpayer dollars, or it's a little different than a conflict of interest. It's just, you know,
More
wrong
so
to
like if
use
100 loads of
city-
filter, you have a convenient site, let's say you're closer, the next, this is just to analyze, is 10 miles away, and you're like, hey, I'm Jay Gard on the council, you can put it all here, Public Works. I'm just saying that perhaps should be disclosed too.
Well, and I need to be smart about this, Councilman Adams, because there is the scenario, the hypothetical that you bring up is very similar to an issue that's being raised that's real. I mean, it's identical, and I don't know all the facts of that, so I don't want to be drawn into, you know, making some comment about speculating about something that I don't know anything about. So
Would you care to expand on that?
No, I think
the
we're
bottom
getting,
line-
we're off topic.
Yeah,
We
we
start
are. I
getting
think
there.
the
but-
bottom line here is that this is a code of conduct, this particular part of the code of conduct is about decisions that are coming before the body, whether it's the city council or whether that's the planning commission, as we are deliberating to decide some rezone or some whatever it might be. If some member of either the commission or the council has a material financial interest or a family member involved in that particular, or somehow would potentially benefit personally from the decision, that they disclose their conflict and withdraw themselves from the deliberations and the decision-making process. If that's something that's coming before us to make a decision.
So let me make a recommendation, council. We've been here and then, I mean, I'm talking about over the months, and we're really close. It sounds like 1 and 3, the majority of the council feels okay with those tweaks. I just Googled on the fly the state Utah Public Officers and Employee Ethics Act outlines all of these things. It does say by definition that a political subdivision is not a city or county, so it doesn't sound like this act is applicable to us, but may give some guidance. As great as it would be to get this adopted, we're really, really, really close. I think you could table this with the direction to Shane, to our city manager, to implement 1 and 3 and to tweak the language on disclosure so that we're not keeping secret those things, but appropriately redacting sensitive information as it relates to a disclosure. You could even say it like that.
Specify what is to be disclosed. I mean, that a conflict of interest exists is my understanding, is all that really needs to be disclosed, not
That's right.
I own 25% of this company and it's worth $1.2 million, or whatever it might be. I don't think we need to disclose that kind of information, just simply, I have a conflict of interest in this particular decision, and I need to bow out. I mean, I think that's, if we
All that
can
needs to be
tweak the
said.
language there, that's all
Okay.
that really needs to be specified. Personally,
Is that something that's always nice to say, this is the document that we're adopting?
Yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to just, then with that recommendation, tabling it for 2 weeks? And well, my sense is that should make it a very simple agenda item in 2 weeks. If he makes that modification, you'll have it in your packet.
Yeah, I guess we'll have further discussion or option for further discussion, but I'll go ahead and make a motion then that we adopt, or that we table the Code of Ethics as it, in its present form, pending the modifications as noted, items 1 and 3 from the potential edits list, and then come back in 2 weeks and we can adopt.
Second, Councilmember Snell's motion.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Adams. Any further discussion? Mr. Snell, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Good discussion. Thank you, everyone. Next item on our agenda is Power Commission created. Mr. Scott.
Well, we had a public hearing this evening and received only positive comments on the creation of this Power Commission.
Did you say only positive or only too positive?
Only positive. I was trying to, keep it general for everybody else. Only positive. They're both right.
The
really.
comments were 100% in favor.
They were 100% in favor. That's right. 100%.
That's usually how things.
80% of all stats are made up on the spot. Anyway, so I think this is a document that's really close to being able to be adopted, and if there's any further questions, or?
I just have one question here. On 10-3-105 on the salary, what was the reasoning behind that, to put it in a salary?
Just like they do with the planning commission.
Yeah.
It's the same deal.
And it also allows you the flexibility to not change the ordinance. You can just change your resolution, your fee resolution, to say that they get nothing. They get $10 a meeting, they get $50 a meeting, and you can change that as you go without having to alter the ordinance at all.
The ordinance is to create it.
Correct.
So are we then creating a body without specifying what their compensation is?
We are, but we're saying in here that they will receive compensation as fixed by resolution. So every year you can readjust that. We pass a fee resolution every year, and that can be part of that.
So that you don't have to change the ordinance.
That's exactly the thought. Try to keep those items as general as we can, whereas fee resolutions we're going to alter every year. So that's the thought process.
Far easier to
anyway.
change the fee schedule than it is to change
It is.
the ordinance.
I actually think this is a great move. I had a couple of questions for the council, the entire council, regarding term. Regarding term, we have on here 4 years. We start this, whatever the effective date is, go through the process of appointing people. We really, in a perfect world, don't want 7 people going off in 4 years. Do we want to designate these as seats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe have seats 1 through 4 be a 2-year term or a 6-year term? I think that's probably a little too long, but something so that we're rotating, or even a yearly term for that matter. If we're talking about 4 years, we have planning commissioners that come off every single year, and then after 3 years, they've all been rotated off. I think the term is good, but if we appoint 7 new people for 4 years right now, we're going to have 7 people that come off with potentially with no continuity.
Well, maybe start off with the 4-year term, but we'll do, like, 3 of them will come up in,
3 of them are 2-year terms,
Yeah,
and 4
to
of them
start off
are 4-year terms, just something like
just for a
that.
starting
Right,
point.
just at the starting. I think I agree. I think
I
each
agree.
of them should serve a 4-year term eventually.
But, yeah,
Like
but
this
stagger
first
it.
time, but stagger it somehow.
Yeah.
Is that something to change in the ordinance then? I wish there was another way to do it, but
I think you almost
I
have
think
to,
you
and
almost
again,
do
you could do that on the fly. I hate to do, but I have a couple of questions. But each appointed member shall serve for a term of 4 years, with 4 of the members beginning a new 4-year term, and 3 of the members only serving 2 of a 4-year term, or something like that. Or 3 of whose term will expire after 24 months. Just something so that we're not having them all.
And that it's a one-time startup.
then we tell those 2-year termers that we want you to serve more than 2 years, but you're going to be up in 2 just to keep it staggered.
You could also do that if you wanted to go with the 1 year. You just, you'd reappoint or something for a 4-year if you're happy with the person's performance. After 1 year, you could have 1 drop off, or 2, however many every, 7?
7.
So you'd have to have 2 at least,
2, 2, and 3.
or something
It'll
like that.
correct
yeah.
itself after a while, because you have a certain amount of people that just leave, or
Right.
they have to, or they move.
Move.
and-
That's true.
You just put the term staggered in there somewhere.
I think that's.
Staggering
yeah,
terms.
Staggered.
Members shall serve staggered 4-year terms. And then it says someplace else that the organization can be done by the bylaws of the group. So you set it up there, and then this just
Then you
says
don't have to
staggered
do the-
terms, and
Yeah,
and they
it's
can
great.
specify
Yeah.
that.
Just add that
Yeah,
word.
I was gonna say.
It's,
That's a
yeah.
good point.
It is.
And then remind me where it tells us that at least one of the 7
It's
is
right here.
a council
The
member.
removals. It says, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
In that same term where you're reading that.
101, I think, isn't
Board of
it? It
members
shall be
shall
composed
form
of 7 members, all of whom shall be appointed by the mayor,
Okay.
the vice and senate.
I had the other
council, and
behi-
one of whom
Yeah.
shall be a member of the city council.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think that sounds good. I like that. And then one other question I had was, On the very last one, rates, electrical rates shall be set by the City Council of Kaysville, Utah by resolution. That, I think that's good to have. That goes without saying because legislatively, we have to be the ones.
Yes.
But is there any opportunity for this committee, who in a perfect world is now going to become more expert than the rest, than us here on the council on electrical matters, that at least have the ability to advise?
Absolutely.
And so are we talking about, if they're in these discussions and to say, based on all this information we're getting in these meetings that we're having, it's clear that the city needs to implement something with this kind of a rate structure over time. But then someone looks at this and says, well, that's really outside of our scope. Our scope's not to talk about rates. I hope they actually give recommendations. At the end of the day, the city council has to do it, but the lack of the language there makes me wonder, do they say that's outside of our scope? We don't even discuss rates. They clearly can't pass rate increases, but it'd be great if their understanding of resource costs and expansion and system upgrades and maintenance were at least part of their dialogue and thinking, so that recommendations, could be made.
Maybe you could just say, while the commission can discuss and talk about rates.
And make recommendations.
And they may make recommendations. but the
Electrical rates
ultimate-
are.
Yeah, the ultimate decision will be the city council.
It's really a hybrid to planning commission, right?
It is.
It is.
In a
That's
different
exactly
sector.
right. Yeah.
Actually,
It could be.
in this 10.3.104.1, advise the city council on long-range planning and policy matter related to the power system, acquisition, development of power resources, and rates.
Yeah.
I mean, you could add.
Look at point 2.
Yeah.
Advise
there
and
it
make
is. I
recommendations to the
missed
city
it.
council concerning power
I
rates.
highlighted this whole thing.
There you go.
All right, forget everything I just said.
It's there, it's there.
It was on the next one down.
It's point 2 under 10.3.104.
Well, great. I'm glad you had such a great idea and I didn't have to ask you in the first place.
There we go.
It's funny, you read them and then you.
I know.
Yeah.
I think
I've read this thing too.
Because in my mind, I was thinking it would be under rates and anyway, and I highlighted the other one and wrote that question, but I totally overlooked it.
But 105 and 106, I think, are establishing that the city council really is the decision-making body, but.
Yes.
Yeah, which they have to be anyway.
Which they have to be. Yep.
So
It's good it's in there.
do we want to, again, I want to keep on tabling things. We want to ask Shane to modify this ordinance to include staggered, an appropriate, and maybe it's not just what we said, the 3 and the 4, maybe he comes back with something and says, we really think, based on, Bountiful's power board, they rotate off this often, and this works great for them. Maybe we have a different type of implementation process that we start out with, but.
Mayor, just a question. If you're certain you know what the change is and it's limited to just that one thing, you could just adopt it as amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
So I'll make a motion that we accept amending Title 10 Electric Power and Light of the revised ordinance of Kaysville City.
Second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance as outlined. I noticed there was not a motion to modify the implementation of the term, or the terms. Were you?
Yes, with that.
Okay, so, and the timing then, so if I understand then your motion, it's to adopt the ordinance creating a power commission with modifying the term to state that the members shall serve for a term of 4 years, with 3 members serving a 24-month term, or an initial 24-month term. And we could let Shane just fix that,
Yeah.
how it needs
That's
to be,
good.
but the intent is there. Is that
Yes,
something?
I
Is
will
that okay?
make that motion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion and, what was the second?
Dave.
Councilman Adams.
Councilmember Adams, thank you.
Second motion.
A motion by Councilmember Lee and a second by Councilmember Adams as outlined. Is any further discussion? Thank you. Councilmember Page, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Next on our agenda is procurement policy. Mr. Scott.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it here. As I hope you read in your staff report, we met just once but I think Councilman Garn and Councilman Adams had met before I came on board. But we met and had a very, very good meeting. we came up with this document as a result of that meeting. I think the best thing you can do is look at the description under the staff report and see the 10 items that are included there that I think that more or less weren't included in a previous document. We've always had a procurement policy document, but I think this is really kind of the crux of the discussion. Specifically, in my opinion, I'd like to hear your feedback on number 8, which is the local option. I feel like in our discussions, Councilman Garn, Councilman Adams, Maria, Ryan, Dean, and myself were in there, really had a lot of consensus, but the local option I kind of felt like we still left open. So we went with one version of what that might look like, but I'd really like you to look at that and get a consensus from the council on how that looks.
I'm sorry.
Of course, if we left anything else out, please let me know. But
Was that page 8 of the?
no, I'm sorry, it's number 8 on the description, but it is.
It's the use of local bidders, right?
Right,
Or
right.
Local vendor preference.
There's kind of two sections there right next to each other. Use of local bidders and then local bidder preference. And I think that the number 5 there, it's on page 43 of the council document, the packet. The 3% written within 48 hours, having them match the bid, it's those kinds of details that we were really unsure of. There's a lot of ways you can do it. You can not include a local option at all. You can accept if it's within 3%, you can accept the local bidder, or in this case, you can have them meet the low bid price. It's under B, open market purchases between $5,000 and $25,000 is where I'm looking.
Thank you.
It's page 4 of the document, or page 43 of the packet.
Did you say number 8?
I did say number 8, but that was on the description. I referenced this. I'm sorry. Too many numbers. It's easy to jump around when you're inside my head.
It's number 5 on.
It's number 5 on the page.
I just had a question, maybe a comment, and this relates to definitions for local bidder. And maybe this was just a suggestion, and I had it, but now I was trying to find where you were at. Hang on for 1 second, sorry.
While you're looking for that, Mayor, it's another sticking point is what constitutes a local bidder. And Councilman Adams had mentioned that there are some businesses that may not reside here, but their business owner resides here. Is that a local bidder? So we also made an attempt to define what a local bidder is, but that's up to really us is what a local bidder is.
The argument that could be made is the city collecting tax revenue off of them? But then you look at how many businesses we don't collect tax revenue off of. It's more in the spirit of giving back, more in the spirit of honoring and respecting, those who, a lot of these companies have helped create this community. And, if we look at this subjectively, this is actually already in the purchasing document, or it was placed in. I have the council minutes right here. Looks like back in 2012. It says John Thacker recommended that the council adopt a resolution modifying established purchasing procedures. He explained that subsection C, use of local bidders, under the open market procedure has been added. Also, a change has been made to the notice inviting bids under the, this one's important too. Under the formal contract procedure to say that notice will be published in a newspaper of general circulation and also posted on a public website. So this is in there already. I guess what's really, and ironically, that didn't get added into the Kaysville City codes, I think, until this year. Actually, it was there in January. It was realized that actually never got put in, but it's in the minutes. So, how do we define local bidder? And I remember Councilmember Lee a few years ago had brought this up to me and said that in Murray or something like that, they offered a 5%. If number 2 is a resident of the city and he's within 5%, now that number is debatable, he could take the job if he was in the local bidder classification. So if you think in theory, it's Mayor had a great campaign years ago of live here, shop here, and so I view it as a city's way of doing business here, and you know, with businesses that are here, or my personal feeling is we could extend it to business owners who do reside in the city. Because even if their office was here, chances are we might not collect taxes on them anyway. So if they're not a retail operation.
But the one thing to take in consideration, local bidder getting the 3% within, part of that is we get sales tax from them doing the service as a local bidder. And when you do it just because they reside here, you don't get the benefit of the sales tax. That's what they told me in Murray.
Oh, okay.
And so that's where I was coming from.
Well, I mean, in theory, you'd think if Murray didn't have a hot plant for asphalt in their city, you know, but a contractor lived there, and even if you lived there and operated out of there, I wish Anna Marie were here, or someone who's a tax expert, I don't think we really collect taxes as a city off of them when they're doing contractual construction work. There's no tax paid into Kaysville City. Larry would be a good advisor on this too.
It's where their shop, or it's where they reside. I mean, there's a lot of people who live here, but they don't take a city permit to do business. They take it from the city. Like, for example, Todd Morgan, he's out of Clearfield, even though he's lived here for years. He has a Clearfield city license, and he pays taxes at the end of the year to Clearfield. It's not to Kaysville.
And I totally understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to clarify what Murray City had meant. But I like where you consider those that live in Kaysville that have businesses, even though the business is not out of Kaysville, to consider them.
So back to my question, local bidder, a firm or individual who regularly maintains a place of business and transacts business in or maintains an inventory of merchandise for sale in or is licensed by or pays business taxes to Kaysville City.
Right.
Is that the definition?
I do not believe that meets what Councilman Adams is suggesting, which is that they reside. This would be just kind of, I think, what Councilman Page was saying. Right, correct.
But
and again, this is just a first stab at.
Would you do two different definitions then? One would be a local bidder as far as having a business, a local bidder business, and one would be a resident bidder? Somebody who resides in Kaysville bidding?
That's my question. We certainly could do that.
how do you feel about the Todd Morgan thing you raised?
Well, here's the problem. I mean, it's just like, I know what he's done for Kaysville City.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I mean, it's been incredible. But, you know, I'm just sitting there, in some ways it's confusing. I know earlier in this document, it talks about that we should make every effort to encourage local people and to use them and to go forward and invite them. I think that's extremely important. I don't particularly like this idea of saying, hey, we got a 3% rule here. If you're within 3%, now you can match the lower bid and we'll automatically give you the job. I can see where that could be on big bids. That could be discouraging for some people to bid if they're not a resident of Kaysville or they don't have their business here. You know, to me, I just want free, open bidding, and we encourage, and I mean, and this is where the city comes in. They go out to these people. If we know that somebody lives in, you know, I mean, and this is like, for example, let's just use Mr. Morgan here. I mean, we know that he doesn't reside here. He doesn't meet this criteria, but he's a guy that benefits the city no matter what. We should be talking to him to bid these kind of things. I think the problem that we've had in the past, and I think Councilman Adams knows this more than anyone, there's been a lot of discouraged people because in the past, there's been kind of like, this is our little group that we use, and all these other people don't have an opportunity to bid, and there's been a lot of people just give up on the bidding process. I think the whole purpose of this is to start anew and to encourage people to come out and say, hey, a new sheriff's in town. We want to encourage you to come out, and yes, we will. It's not a deal that we're going to use your bid just to beat you down and use somebody else, and because we got our buddy that's going to do it. No, we want everybody to feel like they're on a level playing field. They have every opportunity to do it, and I think that that's enough. I think people would be more than willing to compete on a local level. I just know that if a person lives here in Kaysville, or he has a business here in Kaysville, he wants to serve his city. I mean, he wants to do what's best, and a lot of times they're going to give a good price just for the sake that they want to be a benefit to the people of Kaysville. I don't think that we need that in there. I think that what we do is we have a mentality in the city that we always look to people that live or reside in the city or have a business in the city that works with us, and we encourage them to bid. But let's keep it where it's competitive and everything else. That's how I look at it.
I agree with the overall principle there. I wouldn't contend with. I guess where I was coming from is more the level of service you get. If there is an issue, they're going to want to take pride in the city. And I'm confused a little. I mean, retail, yeah, we collect at the cash register, right? I mean, boom, boom, boom,
Oh, yeah.
the city collects. But like somebody who just has an office here, if all of a sudden they get preferential treatment just because they have an office here, well, we collect a building or a business license fee from them and maybe some property tax on their office, but that's it. There's no other tax collected.
That's right.
So that's where I'm coming from, I guess. I'm not trying to do preferential to anyone, but I really agreed with Mayor's campaign years ago of live here, shop here. We have stickers on all of our businesses, ask our wives to not go to Walmart and save there, stay here. The theory is let's encourage the city, to do the same thing and shop here. So I still like the 3% match. I mean, I think it gives incentive for some of these guys to come back out of the woodwork and say, hey, I feel respected again. I feel, and we could do away with it in a few years, but like you're saying, I was going to echo you and say, yeah, we really are kind of in a mode of trying to rebuild morale.
It's trust.
Construction community.
It's trust.
So
We've lost that.
I think I don't know. I don't think it would discourage anyone too badly.
I don't, just personally, I don't have an issue with the 3%. I think that's maybe not totally common everywhere, but I think it's fairly common in cities that are trying to promote their local businesses. I have a little more reservation of how we define that. If it's just, and that's because we're assuming that everybody owns 100% of their business. What if I own 10% of a company and I live here, but they're located in Clearfield? But I'm still going to say, why are you guys not using my company? I own 10% of that thing, and I'm a local business owner. You say, well, you're 10, and there's like 5 other, but how do we decide? Okay, well, I'm 50-50, or I'm 49-51, and I'm 70-30, I'm 100%, or I'm not 100%.
We don't even want to go there. Let me tell you the easiest way. If we decide that we want to do this 3%, you go to Andy and say, do they have a business license in Kaysville? That's an easy thing to to look up. That's it.
Now, granted, you may have some that say, my corporate office is in Layton, but I'm going to get a home-based business license so I can meet that definition.
But
so,
if we do,
yeah, you may have some
maybe we're encouraging
works.
people to come home.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good point.
Just one comment. Listening to this discussion, I've changed my mind a little bit on this because I like the idea of encouraging local business, but it's so complicated. I mean, all the issues you bring up.
Yeah.
Do they live here? Is 10% of their business here? Do they have a business license here? Do they, the way you define it, why is 3% the right number? And there's one thing about simplicity is everyone understands it. And so the very thing we're trying to accomplish is that everyone feels like they get a fair shot. That the bid is somewhat defeated by having sort of convoluted definitions and rules as to how you're going to award the bid. Now, I'm not too concerned about cost. Otherwise I would have been opposed to this, but because if you're within 3%, then you have the opportunity to match the low bid. But there's something inherently unfair about that to the one who gave the low bid to begin with, where you're still going to have this sort of disgruntled, the very thing you're trying to accomplish, where you don't want a bidder to be disgruntled. Hey, no matter what I do, someone else is going to get the bid. So as an alternative, I wonder if there might be, and this is leading to tabling this again, I guess, but you could have some alternative language to encourage local bidders or to make an effort to make sure you reach out. There may not be an asphalt bidder, for example. I'm not aware of any asphalt making plants in Kaysville, you know, so you would know you're not going to look for the local bidder in that case. But where you know that there's a local bidder, or could, you know, reach out. Don't just go through bid sync, but reach out to that local bidder, and maybe that's the way you give the preference. And then if they're able to give the low bid and match the quality specs, the specs that you need, then great, they get the bid. But that's a lot simpler. It seems a lot more fair and easier to explain.
And, you know, and that's easy for the city to do, because they'd have a list of and we encourage them to come forward. And then when we do have a project, I mean, you send a letter to them, or you send an email. They're automatically on the email, and we say, hey, you being a member of living in this community, we especially encourage you to bid our work.
I just
I just think these kind of things are good. I mean, you got cement guys, you know, there's gonna be quite a few, I would think, that's in Kaysville, and there's ones there will be quite a few, and there's ones that there won't be.
You're saying with the incentive or the 3% mark, just an echo on that, I think it also keeps people's pencils tight and sharp. You know, if they know they're coming to Kaysville, they're competing with you know, anyone who may be on this program. It seems to be legal and working in wherever this city is. I believe it was Draper, somewhere in there. Park City. So if it's legal to do, I mean, I think it's a measure that definitely helps people sharpen pencils when they bid in Kaysville.
See, I actually disagree with you. I think that it has the opposite effect. I think it's going to discourage some of the non-local people to compete in Kaysville. I mean,
You know,
3%
that's kind of how I feel.
I just, mean to continue to be Googling in the meeting, but, you know, I just Googled that local preference, and for whatever reason, the top result came up with, Atlanta, Georgia, atlantaga.gov/procurement. And it has on here, it talks about their local bid preference program. And it says, established by the city to encourage businesses within the city, help foster the creation of employment and business opportunities, and generate additional revenue. Who's eligible? Contractors with a physical address. It does say contractors, but you could say businesses with a physical address in the following counties. Has everyone, but then this is what I thought was interesting. What projects are eligible? Only to invitation to bid projects throughout the city. Does not apply to requests for proposals or federally funded projects. How do I get certified? To become certified as a local bidder, you must submit an LBPP application at least 30 days prior to the plan submission to the bid department. I don't want to make it overly complicated, but if you were going to consider one, that could at least give you the opportunity to say, we're not just going to have you run out and pay $75 for a business license and now be a local bidder. You could have more teeth into it, but just a thought.
That kind of, Mayor, is going along the lines of what I was thinking. I know that I'm familiar enough with the Parks and Rec Department and how they do things, and I know that Vance and Cole, in his replacement, maintained a list of their most common used vendors for different items. It talks about having a bidders list. I'm assuming that our Public Works has had a bidders list for some time. I don't know if how well that's been maintained and whatnot. But maybe along those lines, maybe that bidders list becomes, maybe there's a local bidders list. And then that is a list that we can make sure that we use and we maintain it, so that whenever we have a project that does go out for bid, those are the people that we're wanting to make sure are aware that they can make bids. And we have a project, we'd love to have them bid on the work and invite them to do it.
I think that's the key, just to invite them.
We have all their emails or contact info,
bet.
and I believe our system probably I think it's already categorically defined in different industry sectors in our business licenses.
Right, you could sort it at least.
Right, so a department can say, okay, email that list. You know, and the responsibility won't necessarily be on us. I mean, people will have to do their due diligence, but I think it's a good step forward. Meaning, like, we're not gonna go door knocking and, hey, come, but if they want to participate and take the added effort.
But invite, you know, and I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, it just echoes the shop here, live here.
Right.
Well, that's what builds your relationship and your trust, you know, more than anything, is the communication, right? We'd love you to bid. on this, but
love
you're
to have
not
you
doing
do
some
work in our
convoluted rules,
Yeah, I think
that are
that-
hard to understand and seem capricious, so.
You know, one thing that in the past, this was an issue when bids would go out, that the bid that would go out would not be the same bid for everyone. Some people would get a different request for a bid.
Different spec.
Yes, thank you. And
that
so
is not
we need to make sure we put in here that when we put out a bid for a project, that everyone sees the exact same bid, that it's not altered for certain businesses, so that we have,
Absolutely.
so I don't know if that's
I can't imagine why,
She's not speaking theoretically.
sure, that's,
So, and then we also should make sure that who has the authority to change a spec on a bid? Let's say you have a project that has $50,000 on one barrel of pipe. Who has the authority to allow, the spec goes out from JUB as SDR 17, well, but then we purchase SDR 32.5, 30-inch barrel instead of a 28-inch barrel of SDR 17, which is what was bid. How does that work? And to topple that, I love where you're going, because to compound that issue, I like other wording in the document that talks about used materials. Because there's also scenarios where, on top of the last scenario I just gave, on that $50,000, it was actually $46,000 barrel of pipe that was purchased, that was bid out as SDR 17, which is a wall thickness of yay on poly pipe, which is like what's in your sprinkler pipe in your yard, black poly. SDR 32.5 is a wall thickness of less than half of that. So obviously you can figure the cost is substantially different. But on that $46,000 invoice, it's been noted now that that was used pipe. So we need something that says, like tonight, perfect example. Hey, we're gonna go back and we're gonna say to all these bidders, will you purchase our gear as a trade-in? And we talked about, let's be fair to all the bidders, at least all that apply to the gear that we want. So I just think if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna change or allow a change in spec, it's gotta be rebid. And then who has the authority to allow that? I mean, we pay these engineers top dollar to engineer these. And then all of a sudden, the job called for this thick of pipe, but we put this thick in the ground. This is all verifiable. So
I agree.
why does that happen? We need to ensure that doesn't happen going forward. And used materials, I'm not sure how municipalities feel about that either. So
if you have the right person making that decision, there may be an opportunity where we want to use used materials, but obviously there's an appropriate way to go about it too.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you know what happens, Dave, though? It's just like, you get a big old set of plans. I can tell you that cities and contractors and especially engineers are lazy. And what they do is, I'm just telling you this.
You're on YouTube.
I know it, but they throw in old specs, they put them in instead of doing their homework. It's just, and here's a good example. And I'll give Jared Taylor, his dad, we did his building. All right? The specs called for type 5/8 half-inch drywall. It doesn't even exist. That's the specs on the plan. That's what everybody's bidding. Well, we come down to it, and we come down, well, you can't even buy it. So there's the issue. I think that if we want everybody to bid the same thing, we better be doing our homework and make sure that our specs are up to date and we do a good job. And I think that that's part of the problem, and I think you know that, Dave. I think we've gone in there and they just kind of throw things together, and then all of a sudden they go to bid and they go, well, we could have done it different.
Well, and I'm referring to stamped engineered plans from JUB Engineering, and no inference on JUB at all here, nothing there. But I'm inferring that, plans we pay top dollar for. And I get what you're saying. I've seen that before where they just drop in a spec, boom. And that would obviously be an area where nobody could argue, after the fact there was a problem. But, where it's a stamped plan, right next to the barrel of pipe, it says spec, lineal footage, and then you put that out to spec, and then one company is allowed to bring a heyday of materials. So, and then this is going to segue into cronyism. I'd also like to see, we define cronyism in the document, Shane, but we don't bring it back into the document anywhere. So I'd like to see
does the definition insinuate rule, or is it just, the way I read, when you have a document like this with definitions, it just means, hey, these words in this doc mean this. So I'd like to see cronyism pulled back down into the doc, with clear-cut specifications as, let's say that by chance someone was able to, under the brow of others, create a company, and feed that company. I think we've kind of been talking about things of this nature tonight. So I believe we need cronyism in there to avoid that, and also to protect the city and the citizens and the staff, so that there is a viable document you can go to and say, you have broken this clearly or not. So, and I think that will curb what Susan and I are talking about, specs changing and used pipe being allowed where other bidders didn't get to bring the used pipe. I think that will help curb that off.
Well, and I mean, just one example, when you put a bid out, if you put out a bid and tell one person, well, give us a bid for one of these, and then you go to another person and say, well, give us a bid for 10 of them. Well, when you do it in bulk, of course, you're going to get a better deal. So it's also a matter of just, as long as everyone sees the same bid for what you're asking bids to come back in.
Yeah, to that point, open market purchases between 5 and 25,000. Number one, it says solicitation and minimum number of bids. Price quotations shall and solicit is not working for me tonight. Shall be solicited from prospective vendors by written or verbal request. And that statement had me a little bit puzzled, because then you're saying, okay, well, yeah, I called Shane and I told him what I wanted. I called Larry, I told him what I wanted. I called Chris, told him what I wanted. Larry had the lowest price. Okay, how do we know that that's really what we were bidding on? I only understood 1. You didn't tell me 10. No, I told you 10. Or I'm not even saying that issue. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
And so I had, and maybe I could just share a couple of things. I had a concern with that, by written or verbal request. Does a verbal request, is that applicable? What if someone says, I didn't understand, and how is that defensible? Going down to page 5 of the document, I'm just going to maybe just share a couple of other things. Clearly, we're going to need some more work on this, and maybe have the committee go back and revisit some of these items. But on page 5, section 4, rejections of bids, and this goes to my question earlier, and maybe the answer is yes, but the City Council reserves the right to reject any and all bids for any reason. And it just feels like maybe you should have the word valid, because, just flat out any reason. I don't like that guy. I saw him, he, gave me a gesture when I drove by, and that's a reason. That's a good enough reason. Now, politically, that probably doesn't bode very well, but I don't know, there's something about having a valid reason, or any, going that same section down to 6, tie bids. If 2 or more bids are received are for the same total amount of unit price, quality, and service being equal, and if the public's interest will not permit a delay or re-advertising, the City Council shall accept the lowest bid made by and after negotiation with the tie bidders after the time of bid opening. And I just wrote down negotiation by who. That should probably be a designated person, so that we don't get a tie bid and then just, if we're going to negotiate tie bids, it would seem like it would probably default to the highest level, because that would be perceived as a sensitive issue.
I think that tie bid would fall back on the appropriate level. If it's $5,000, it's the department head. If it's over $10,000, the city manager needs to sign it. So I think there may be other verbiage in the document that can address this. Who that tie bid
the applicable
person would be. Yes.
So does the tie bid need to change depending on the type of bid? And the reason I say that is there's a simple tie break procedure, and that is you take the 2 tied parties. Generally, I guess you could have 3, but generally 2, and you would have a sealed second bid to see who has the lowest bid, I guess. That would be one way to break the tie, I guess.
It's true.
Rather than leave.
Yes, I think you'd have to do something where it's sealed, or shall accept the lowest bid made by and after negotiation with the tie bidders.
If
Oh,
credentials.
it's after, okay, yeah, lowest bid made by or after negotiation. So what does the negotiation
Yeah.
entail? If they meet spec already and they're tied in how much the bid
There's
amount
always
is.
a fallback to credentials, right? And most bids have responsive bids.
It would be hard to get a
Could
tie bid.
Alleviate a tie, but
Contractors have learned this too, and they always put in cents. I mean, just make it such an infinite 68 cents. It's
And
like,
maybe-
there's no way we're getting a
Odds of
tie
an
here.
exact
That's-
tie.
Maybe
Well, that's why when you bid, you always put like, in 23 cents.
That's right. Smart.
Well, and maybe I'm making an assumption here that they're already a qualified bidder, or they wouldn't get to a tie situation. So you could qualify it by saying, they already say, already says that, quality and service being equal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And delay, I mean, there's a lot of things that have to line up to get that tie bidder, but
yeah,
that
probably
being
just
said,
goes to the respective party, like Shane's saying, and care what it is.
But we got to keep that rejection of bid. I remember with Andy one time, we rejected the bids.
What were some of the other
Remember,
things?
every one of them, we just said, no, it's too high.
Yep.
Yeah, I had that question about negotiation, who negotiates that on page 6, number 2. This is under contracts not suited for competitive bidding. Number 2 says, so this is what's not subject to competitive bidding. Contracts for additions to repairs and maintenance of equipment owned by the city which may be more efficiently added to, repaired, or maintained by a particular person or firm. And again, in my mind, I felt like maybe that should be as determined by the city manager. So that if I'm saying, my gut tells me that guy's the best guy, that's what I'm gonna do. At least have some oversight, because that reeks of favoritism. I mean, who decides that a particular person or firm is the best person? I mean, because then I think we get back to the very issue. Well, this was only a $7,000 project. Well, why did you not go around? Well, it says right here, because I thought whoever the best person is should be the person that's considered, so.
was that number 2?
That was number
Yeah.
2
Yeah,
on the top of
that
page
was
6.
Page 2, or
By the way,
number
I
2,
found
page
a
6.
typo in number 1 on that same page there. It says contracts for items which may only be purchases from a single.
Oh,
Say that
purchase,
again.
yeah, I saw that
So
one.
it should
Again?
be purchased.
Say that again, where are you?
It's in the number 1, right above what the mayor was just talking about.
Oh,
On
okay.
page
On the top
6.
of page 6. Contracts for items which may only be purchased from a single or sole source.
Gotcha.
And then my last one, we have things about what bidding is, and maybe this is a little over the top, but bidding, bid process, bid splitting, bidders list. We have all of these responsive bid, these definitions, but that very first section toward the top of page 3, section 3, general purchases procedures, under over-the-counter purchases less than 5,000. It says purchases of less than 5,000 may be authorized by the department head, although no specific purchasing requirements are established for this level of purchase. Competitive bidding shall be used wherever practical. And again, that may be over, but do we need a definition for competitive bidding? Is that gonna be something that you can look at and say competitive bidding means this, because it's not provided as a definition?
I don't think so, because you have the ability to not go to bids, but at the same time, if you can ever get the best dollar bang for your buck, whatever you can use, would be a good thing. But I guess if you define competitive bidding as something else, you're still an option. So if you narrow it down to something very, very specific, no one's going to want to do that. If you say it's formal bid process, well, certainly they're not going to do it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I think the point that the mayor made about verbal agreements earlier is, how do you ever audit that? So I think as long as you say, maybe you add something, I don't know what the words would be exactly, but documented in writing, the rationale is documented in writing or something.
Can I get clarification on that one? Because I thought the written and verbal was the request for the bid. Am I wrong there?
Oh, that could be.
I thought it was just asking,
It is
saying,
solicitation.
will you come and do this? Not that they won't provide something in writing what the bid is. I think that's two different things in my estimation of what we were trying to do.
Perhaps. I guess it depends on what level. If we're talking about a piece of equipment and we say, and they give, if we say, hey, send me your price for a piece of equipment, but we really want a 10, and they write back and say, we could do that for you for
Right.
$1,500, but they're not specific on the I mean, I guess that it's that,
Yeah.
you know, for me, I would probably want to cover it for myself so that I could look back at it and say, you know, would you please just be specific about quantity and the amount and be very clear, so that those kind of things, not only is it audible, it's defensible, I guess, too, for the one that we might.
And that being said, we would love to have anything, I mean, I email people next to me, Cami, because I want it written down what I said, when I said it. So I think we would definitely encourage that.
And to that point, a simple email could serve as your
Right.
documentation. I mean, you don't have to create a Rube Goldberg
Right.
system, you know, to capture it all. Just
I think it was Councilman Adams' suggestion that we have an email dedicated to that at the city for the bids that are not the formal bid process, but where they can send them, and I don't have, or maybe I do, somebody has access to those that's not, if it's Andy doing the job, it's not Andy has access to it, it's somebody else, so he can go in there at one time and just say, oh, here's all the bids. Brian can,
Brian, the IT guy, or Jordan.
can give those to him.
It does say price quotations shall be solicited from prospective vendors by written or verbal request.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm just reading it, but in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, that, because I think we have one of those similar breakdowns, is, no, this is what we asked for, that's not what I understood, and, you know, and
That's right.
that anything verbal, I mean, to me, even if you have the verbal conversation, great, Jane, I'm just going to shoot you an email that
Yeah,
recaps what
right.
I'm asking for.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
then
It's
you
hard to
have
argue that
the
somebody doesn't have
and in
email
this
these
day,
days.
Half the world prefers to email anyway. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like, you know, do I really have to call? How about I just Snapchat
And then you copy and paste it, Snapchat them. I'll Snapchat you
Yeah, it'll disappear in 24 hours.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping we've had a good enough conversation that the committee and the city manager can get back together and continue to work this document. Clearly, it's probably not in a position in a state to, you've got footage that you can go back, and trust me, something tells me you guys will go back and listen to this section of the meeting over and over and
Probably,
over
I will
again,
do, definitely.
to really make sure you understand it, but.
Mayor, just one question on the substantive matter, because some of these are just common sense and we can go back and rework it, but did we kind of conclude what direction we want to head as far as local bidding?
Not in my mind.
No, I don't think.
You're not clear.
I am not clear.
Okay.
So we didn't give direction
Table
there. Do we
and sleep
want
on
to
that
do
one,
that,
too.
or do we want to?
Yeah, we should vote on that.
I'm kind of personally, you mean the 3%
Yeah.
and that kind of thing?
If it's in it all, 3%.
Well, it's in there now.
Right,
not
it's in there now.
3%,
Yeah.
But
I think I'm following along the lines of what Councilman Page was saying, is that rather than complicating it with a formulation and having a number, and if it's, you know, within a certain threshold or whatever, that we maintain a list of local bidders that are always invited to participate, and they can be sorted, like you said, by industries and whatnot that they qualify for, rather than having the complication of having, you know, a percentage, a threshold, as if they, and all that. I think that would be difficult to always be processing, so.
So in my mind, that means we define local bidder as someone that has a business license. And we mention down where local preference, the preference is that we contact those with a Kaysville City business license for an opportunity to bid.
If we're not, since we're taking out the 3%, I'm actually okay. I mean, thinking of the Todd Morgans of the world,
Yeah, I agree with
I'm okay to have someone who resides in Kaysville, but may have
I
a
also
business
agree.
outside.
Okay.
But you
Also
know,
be on that list, but they're just being invited to participate. And they're going to be
But
actively
how does that
solicited
not
to
expound
participate.
into it's all who you know,
Yeah.
right? I mean, because then all of a sudden it's like, well, Todd's in the same religious area as Larry and I, and you've known him and growing up, but it turns out there's this guy that lives down here that nobody knows.
Is there a problem
It's
having
like-
too many people on that list?
yeah,
though?
there's
got
no
a certain
angle.
You could avoid
Or the
that by,
barrier.
you could avoid that by having a list that is as complete as you can make it.
There's no
And
financial
actively
angle.
maintained, right?
agree.
But Mayor has a point, though, because in the verbiage right now, it says at least one of the 3 price quotations will be requested from a local bidder if available. So that, you know, and from the 0 to the 50 grand and up,
Yeah.
if one's available, there will be a quotation from a local. And of course, they could decline, but, so Steve kind of has a point, so maybe it just needs more thought and refinement.
It feels like, I mean, I think the Atlanta thing might be overkill for what we want to do and having people apply and maintain a list, but the burden is now, in this approach, the burden is being put on the staff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's like, I mean, heating and air. I don't know, I called up Andy and told him that I would love to bid on your heating and air stuff. That was 10 years ago. No one's ever called me. How do we know, what's the list, who maintains it, how do we get people on it?
Well, here's another thing too. We can, I mean, you only need to do that once, and then what we can do is we can email them to say, hey, get on the email list, and we'll let you know of jobs coming up. And, I mean, we'll leave it up to them. I mean, we get constant emails all the time to bid stuff, and when you're busy, you just don't bid it. And I mean, that's okay if you don't want to bid it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, though. You don't want the city to be responsible for knowing who to call.
It's a pain.
And that's, if you do the registration thing, you could simplify it maybe from what Atlanta, but we could do, something like that where you have some sort of registration as a local bidder, and then you're identified, and then it's kind of hard for a local bidder to say, well, I didn't know it was that. Well, here's how you put your name, here's how you register.
We
Let
throw out
them
a
give them
mass
the information,
email.
and then you send it out to those that are registered on the list.
Throw out a mass email to everyone with a license or whatever. Here's the program, sign up.
Yeah. Let them. Maybe they're busy enough they don't want to do it.
That's what this put the burden back. I mean, we've got to have a constant thing we're renewing business licenses in November. We could say something in there about the cities.
That could be part of the
But we need to be a little
notification.
more defined about what it looks like. So this is when local bidders applicable. And if you are interested in being added to the list, then at least there's some kind of, here's our broad, it's not just, I had to do 3 or 4 guys, and so I called them and told them to get added on there. Maybe a little more of a central.
But under that scenario, we wouldn't have the 3%, is that right? Is that what you're suggesting,
That is
Lisa,
what I'm
Councilmember
suggesting,
Snell?
yes.
My
To
only
remove
thought
that.
on that, I just had one thought. What if you have a couple, 3 bids, and the second bid is a local bidder, and they're just off by $1,000? Do you just say, well, that was a nice try, and we've got to go with the low bid?
Well, it depends on if it's a $35,000 bid or a
Well,
$100,000.
well, let's say it's a $50,000 bid.
I think if you take the 3% out, then you go with the lowest qualified applicant, and if that's not the
All
local,
other
unless
things-
you put it in here.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Right.
that you're okay
But-
with that.
Well, I mean, it's a valid point, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It is, but there's also already a caveat in the language we're suggesting, which says, quality and other factors. So depending on how you structure your quality section, and I don't know how you do that, but, you didn't meet quality, or this quality's higher, and therefore there's some discretion to not go with the lowest bidder, and maybe we haven't defined that. That's a broader concept. I'm really throwing the wrench in there now, but I think it is important to be able to have, and the key is that you're not doing it capriciously. You're not saying, well, I know, this is my best friend, or my, whatever, my family member, but you have criteria in the bid process that says, here's the quality measures. And then you can have even, for big bids, you could have, for example, a committee, so that it's not just the director. If it's over 20, that has to come before the city anyway, kind of like a committee. But you're, evaluating those qualitative points and not just the cost, not just the lowest bidder.
Is there any scenario, though, where quality includes being local?
Right, they still have
It
to
doesn't
conform
invite-
to the lowest responsible
Right.
bidder, right? But they'd have that angle while being a local. Perhaps we could sleep on that particular item, that item, and we could investigate
little
Park
bit
City
further.
or whoever, and, if somebody makes a phone call and we find out, how does that work out for you, and can you send us your literature on it?
You could always bring a couple of versions too.
Yeah.
Regarding
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
And
There we go.
that would almost be easier to say 1, 2, 3, and then have the council kind of say, I like this, but I don't, and versus,
I feel like we need to consider it. I mean,
Yeah, I
let's
do
look
too.
into it a little further.
I think the mayor hit the nail on the head for as far as what I'm familiar with is that it maybe everybody doesn't do it this way, but there are a lot that do. It may not even be 50%, but I think it's well into the 40% area of
And even if
cities
it's
that
out
do
there,
it this
even
way.
if it's not totally make a huge difference, it's a lot of it's the
Perception
what you're
and-
willing to do and the gesture.
The gesture.
Well, I'm glad we went full circle on that one.
Hey, just
You know,
just
kinda
one more
have more
thing,
light on it.
since we want to stay up all night. Section 1V, where, you know, exemptions for competitive bidding requirements, professional service contracts. I personally feel that this is can be abusive.
Where are you at again?
It's
Bottom of page 5.
Yeah, section 4.
Reference to like maybe garbage collection contracts or.
Well,
or
it's
you
just
thought
like I hear, professional
annual
services shall include but not limited to the following: auditing, architecture, banking, insurance, engineering, legal services, appraisals, all these things. You know, the ability, basically it's the city uses their criteria and says, we're basically going to get who we want. And I don't know if there's a criteria there. I know cities that their legal services are bid out every single year. You can formulate them and put them out for a contract, and you can say, this is what we want, this is what your scope is, and you can bid it out. And then you have competitive bidding on those services. You can do the same thing on engineering. You can do the same thing with a lot of things. Because these kind of deals, the way it's set up now, I mean, if you're a buddy with the engineers or an appraisal guy, you're comfortable with them, it's so easy to just keep going back to the same guy all the time. You don't know if you're getting a good deal. I think Dave could tell you this. If I was, if I owned the only drywall company, do you think I'd be doing it for the same price? If he's the only excavating company in Davis County, I guarantee you his prices be higher. And that's the thing. When there's not competitive bidding, the people that don't competitive bid their people, their subcontractors, they pay a higher price. That's
saddle gets pretty comfy.
I agree with that, but I would submit that the reason that professional service contracts are carved out is not so that you can pick your buddy, but because I think it's sort of a punt here, that they can be more difficult to decide who, but to not have any, so I agree that it needs to be more detail there, but you do put professional service contracts in a little bit of a different realm. For example, the legal area, if you put that out, or maybe medical's even better, you don't put out a professional services bid for a doctor. You put it out for a brain surgeon or a podiatrist or, pediatrician or a family practitioner or whatever. And so when you get into professional services, it's the qualitative factors become really important, because not every professional is going to be able to, they may be really expert in domain A, but not domain B. And so I think this is more like a punt. It's like, how do we develop criteria in a policy like this that can apply to like every profession that we're going after?
It could be really hard. I can see that.
Yeah, and so what you do, I think, is we can rework this to your concern, because when I read that, I thought, yeah, I get why that's there, but it's so light. And maybe we could work on just having, making sure that it's still competitive, but the quality criteria will be determined based on, the type of profession or the task that needs to be done, or some sort of language. Never do language on the fly at 11 p.m. But something to make sure that we know that this is still competitive, because I completely agree it should still be competitive, but it's a little more complicated, I guess, and that's why
the reason why this is here and why the state actually excluded professional service contracts from its procurement as well is because you go with the low bid on a environmental engineering contract, and you get somebody that doesn't know how to do environmental engineering, or
So it's again, lowest responsive, responsible. I think
Right,
maybe
but
what
you
Larry's
could- right.
looking for
You stick with that.
is more frequency in these items being bid out.
And then the professionals at the city that are making those judgments, because you've got to now have that assessed somehow. So you build your criteria differently for each service that you want there, but you could do something like, for example, have 70, a weighting where 70% of, first of all, it has to be responsive, right? It has to be in there. You have to meet, so you'd have minimum qualifications first, and then you're going to have quality scoring once they meet minimum qualifications that might be 70% of your score, and then only 30% is cost. So they can't completely ignore cost. Yeah, you could put something together like that, but of course that gets complicated. Maybe we could.
Especially
Yeah.
at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of seeing more, oh, sorry, Jake.
No, I was done.
I like the idea of seeing more frequency. I have happened to notice in one of our contracts that is a revolving annual contract, I'll just leave out what it is, that I've noticed they've been grammar requesting for the last 4 or 5 years, right around contract time. And so I think, God, those poor guys, they're actually having to come and like say, hey, Kaysville, why aren't we getting a bid invite from you like the rest of the Wasatch Front? You know, a theory perhaps, but I don't think people would spend the time to grammar request who you're using right now. And it's a competitive company, so they come and saying who you're using, what are you paying, blah, 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 blah. And it's an annual thing. I've noticed a pattern of it over the last 5-year period. So I agree with what he's saying. Perhaps wording to have more frequency in the way that those are bid out and ensure that they're being bid out so that the saddle isn't so broken in. Basically, just for notes, in lieu of the time between now and when the committee meets again, as I see, some additions of covering used materials, cronyism and collusion are very important. And bid splitting, I don't see bid splitting. I see the definitions, but not down to where it's like.
Can I mention something about the reason why those are in the definitions is because there's somewhere, I don't put me on the spot, but
If they
somewhere.
apply, that's great.
Right, but we talk about that we require free and open competition, and then we talk about collusion, bid splitting, cronyism, those things being against free and open. And so that's how it's kind of saying these things preclude you from having free and open competition. So that's why it's not called out later in the document. I don't care, we could call it out later in the document, but that's the way it's addressed in this document, is just saying we require free and open competition, and those things are against free and open competition.
Oh, so if the definitions apply
Yeah.
throughout the document, then, hey,
Yeah.
I think you just satisfied it. I just hate to see, in the example earlier, of a barrel of pipe that was 46 grand. It was A, against spec. B, it was actually more footage than there was on the plan that was delivered. And, it ended up being used pipe, and we actually paid above retail pricing for used pipe. So to give a little bit of background of what I'd like to see not exist in town.
Just one more direction item.
What's that?
So it doesn't happen again.
So it doesn't continue to
Lots to do
happen.
here.
And cronyism is at the complete crux of that. So I just want to make sure that nepotism, cronyism covers that, but, if you're gonna do business with family, it needs to be disclosed and talked about with Mr. Shane Scott.
And along those lines, and we can discuss this, Dave, in the committee, Councilman Adams, but this last one on page 9, on page 9, number 5, where it says bidding preference, and it's talking about a council member, director, or employee with purchasing authority may not take part in any contracting decision related to a family member, and then it goes on to say, if that conflict exists, the council member must recuse himself, or must be recused. And same thing for employees. They must be recused from the decision-making process if there's a family relationship. Were you, because we had sort of had a discussion, you and I, about the, semantics, basically. We completely agreed on that needed to be there, but whether we should use the word nepotism or whether we should just describe exactly what we're, wanting to prohibit. So were you satisfied with that, or does that Do you
No,
still
and
feel
that's
that
what
needs-
you
yeah.
emailed, right?
Yes.
It's similar, yeah.
That's similar, yeah, I liked that.
Okay.
And with Shane saying that the definitions transcend down into applying, and especially if Shane has to come back and enforce, it's, you know, there's maybe just a few tweaks might be there.
Shane, do you feel like you've got enough direction?
I do. I think, I do.
And then some.
Thank you.
I'll put something together and then we'll meet again. Let's.
I will make a
think
motion
that's
to
what you
table
do.
this
Yeah.
until you can bring back a,
Second the motion.
I won't table it automatically for 2 weeks. I'll actually table it until you can bring back another.
We might need a little bit more, but.
Version.
Yeah.
And if it's more than 60 days, you have to start over.
That's right. Reapply. Back of the line.
Oh, wait, we haven't passed that yet, have we?
No, that's right. Oh, different thing. We have a motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Adams. Good discussion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Councilmember Garn, will you start a vote, please?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Next on our agenda is discussion about codification.
I'll keep this as short as I can.
Thank you. Great report.
As you,
Thank you.
as you all read in the staff report, codification is very important. It had been done kind of manually up to this point. Vast majority of cities contract with a software firm to help you do this. It's still going to involve some staff time. I'm looking for some direction and some permission to talk to some software companies, bring those back to you, having evaluated those in an effort to do our codification for us. If you're interested, Sterling is one.
Codification is RS.
Yeah, Municipal Code Online is another one. We'll look at least 3 of those to get some bids, and they're a little bit different in their format. But I'm sure codification's been done great so far. It's just something that I'm not able to do in the way that it's been done. Any problems with that?
In a real world example, so like tonight, where I brought up that there was stuff in the procurement doc that was in the minutes, but never made it into.
Yeah.
So that's what this comes.
It is. It's more ordinances than that. But if you pass an ordinance and nobody ever changes the ordinances online or does anything, that's exactly what this is. Is what good is passing
Picking up
a
those
rule,
errors,
right?
Making sure they make it into the
Making
code.
sure that there's no
Inconsistency.
inconsistencies. Sure.
Well,
From a codification company, I think, right tonight.
Oh, we do?
Is that right?
Oh, guy. Oh, is that right? Wow.
We thought you just
Sat through
liked
all this
it.
Where was his
conversation.
courtesy earlier?
Wow. Just thought he was a really dedicated citizen.
Would this?
We did not know.
Which codification company you're from? Municipal Code Online. That's right.
I'm one of those rare scenarios where I'm actually a resident of
That's right.
Tell us
how you feel about that.
Oh, put him on the list.
Remind us of your name again, because I know we've had Kimball Clark. That's right. I was funny because before I realized that it was Kimball here, I was just about ready to say, every time I go to a league convention, there's a Kaysville resident that's like, "What are you guys doing?" And it would be great to see him the next time and be like, "We're on our way," and then yet he's here tonight. And I'm sorry, Kimball, I didn't recognize you, but Kimball has diligently been making those recommendations for years, and so I think it's great direction.
Just a clarification as well, like for example, the state legislature passes laws and stuff, that's part of the process as well to make sure we're in compliance.
Right. So we can be more restrictive, but can't be less restrictive. So it's those conflicts that it searches out. Exactly.
For
Yep.
liability purposes.
I don't know if Kimball qualifies for a local bidder, but sitting through 5 hours of city council should,
For
I mean, that in itself should, qualifying for
Rework it
something.
again.
That might be a definition, sit through 4 hours or plus of a city council meeting.
He saw that and came.
That's a qualitative factor. So what do you need?
I just want to know that that's okay. I'm going to move forward
Yes.
and bring
I
this up.
think
We haven't budgeted for this. It hopefully won't be a major impact, but it's
it's
something
really
very, very important to us.
Okay. I love it.
I think it's a great
So
idea.
glad you're doing it.
Thank you.
Go for it.
You got your,
I would agree with that, and not to belabor the point too much, but of course, the legislature does that, and when you're writing laws and rules, you do your very best to catch all of the references to make sure you're considering everything, and it's a time-consuming, very tedious process, and we'd be totally lost if we didn't have the professionals that do, concentrate in certain areas to review what we're submitting as draft legislation and make sure that it is, and the reason it's so important too is you're sending a message to people, and if there's ambiguity, in your code, that really causes you problems. And that's one of the ways, you know, form does matter at some point. So sorry to belabor that point, but it's really important.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Do it.
Next on our agenda is councilmember reports. Any reports? Hearing none,
In the interest of getting Maria home earlier tonight,
Poor girl.
I'll forego.
I got a quick one, because it's kind of time is of the essence. Jordan, do you mind pulling up Burton Lane? There's a project that's underway right now. Burton Lane and Rail Trail. Burton Lane, while he's pulling that up, is coming along. It's got half of it's got a lift of asphalt on it. The lower half, curb and gutter is being prepared right now, so it's coming along. It's looking great. It's exciting to see improvement in West Kaysville on a city level, not just a developer level. So people are excited about that. People have noticed a few things, and Andy's been good enough to take some feedback from me over the last 2 weeks. There's some existing curb and gutter issues that I've noticed Andy's gone out and marked, and he's gonna have them replaced. So that's nice. I mean, they were dipped that far. So just kind of an effort to hold us as a city to our own standards that we hold developers to, and to not, I mean, if we erode that, then developers are gonna come at us and say, hey, look, you know, you don't follow them, neither are we. So Burton and Rail Trail right up there. Yeah, zoom in, will you?
Do you need the pointer?
So we're only 40 feet, let's see how, okay, right there where it's in red. We're only 40 feet away with curb gutter and sidewalk from the rail trail right there. There was a concern with UTA slowing it down and causing just too much delay in the job. I phoned them and I got through to the property manager. She was gracious enough and said, she started with saying, okay, here's the process. And she said, you know what? Just put signage on the trail, what you're doing, and do it. You know, so that issue's gone. UTA's fine. I'd like to see it, this is feedback I'm getting, I'd like to see it connected to the rail trail. Andy has concerns that, you know, potentially in 10, 20 years, if curb and gutter ever goes all the way around that, you know, and up to the next road, which in my opinion, after this just being paved, we probably aren't going to visit that for 20 years. It would just be my hunch. So I would like to see that connected for the safety of the kids. That's a rough corner there. This is the corner, if you recall, months ago, I raised a concern and was hoping to get a light. Andy said it didn't quite meet the study to fund just a flashing yellow light for the kids, because Endeavor Elementary is just southwest of what you're looking at. This is a massively traveled intersection right here by the children, the dog legs. But to the more finer point, I'd just like to present to the council, how do you feel about that? There's crews out there right now. You know what my background is, and so for me, I look at this as, you know, you follow that old adage of do it right now. I don't want to see us come back and saw cut the asphalt out, you know, put the curb and gutter in, patch back over to it. I like roads to be untouched.
So
brand new ones. But
what exactly, I'm just trying, so what are you suggesting be done in the road now?
just 40 feet of curb and gutter right at the, someone's put it in red.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Right there, okay.
Yeah, see where it ends and see where the trail, the ADA tile is for the trail, the entrance of the trail there.
Yeah.
And all that, and it's just 40 feet. It'd be nice.
How does that, I mean, it'd be great to have it there just generally, but I'm trying to connect how that helps safety with
just right here, sidewalk for the kids who travel.
Okay. So they don't have to
go
come
on
out
the
into
road.
Right.
It's curb gutter and sidewalk is what you're asking.
Yeah, and we're here, it's 40 feet. You know, if on a high level, you might be, you know, $1,000 for the curb and gutter. Don't quote me on that, it should be less. And, you know, sidewalk, similar.
The sidewalk would connect to the trail?
I'd like to see it, even if it's in an unofficial way and in 20 years it gets removed. I hate to see 20 years go by of that. Aesthetically, it will be appeasing to a lot of homeowners on Burton Lane, and I think it's a good addition. It's not expensive. So,
You know,
so it's something I propose to the council.
And I can attest, I ride my bike on that rail trail a lot, and that is
Me
a
too.
hard area to look down and see the cars coming.
You really got to be careful
Yeah.
there because you
And-
can't see them, there's a
It's a
blind
trap.
spot.
And
Yeah.
I think this is a great suggestion, I really do. I can see that being a big help for kids and a safety to keep them to the sidewalk there, but I don't know what the process is.
Even if crews couldn't get the sidewalk done, until afterwards, or if we just put that out to, a different crew later on, the curb and gutter to me is what I see as the critical path. We get that in, and because the second lift is not paved yet, and we pave over to it. It's clean, it's done, it's nice, it's inexpensive.
So, Andy, what's your take on this?
What the red line is intended to represent is the alignment of the curb. You can see sorry.
So while he's doing that, there might be some removal of just that entrance of the rail trail.
Can I just ask a question? Andy, can it be done in an expedient manner with relatively minimal cost?
It can be done. It's
I was just trying to
everything else.
think
I'm not positive that just attaching it to the current contract. What I was trying to show is you can see how the road narrows, skinnier here than it is here. This is where the curb should go if it's put in the correct location based on standards. That's more work than $1,000. You're gonna have to take off the end of the rail trail, you're gonna have to replace it behind the curb. I'm not saying this is a bad project. In fact, it's a very good project. We have other places in town. I just raised the question, is there enough benefit to try to push it through with the current project? We're October already.
I'm pretty confident it'll never be revisited. I've done this my whole life, and while you're there, it's just the time. But
Do you have you're willing to share sort of ballpark estimate of how much it would cost to complete it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
The biggest cost is mobilization, and I'm not this guy, but I've figured out the biggest cost is getting people out there, getting it scheduled. If you got people laying curb a little farther down, it may be, in my mind, let's just get it done. I mean, if they're
That's
out
my
there-
feeling too. You're there, you're on this project already, just.
we're responsible. UTA said blatantly, and that's one of the reasons why she just said, just do it. She says, you guys are responsible to maintain the rail trails in your areas anyway.
Yeah, the crossing side of it, I'm surprised that if she was, because they, I don't think the right way to say this, are very thorough on what we
Paperwork.
can do anywhere, which tells me that's probably why this sidewalk stopped right there too, is because whoever put this in was probably like, well, of course, I guess it doesn't go anywhere else, but there are other places where we've talked about doing anything, including the rail trail crossing at Second North. Now, we were able to do some of that under another agreement that we had, but man, that's particular.
So
By the book.
tell me what you want.
If UTA, I probably would have to phone them or someone and re-advise them on the plan, and if they have a fit over that, then I guess we'd be looking at we curb and gutter it, like you and I were looking at, tie it into that flare, and in 20 years, if this is ever revisited and done right, and if not, then the city's lacking a couple feet of property, but it's no loss of what we got right now, and two things. It creates a buffer for the sidewalk for the kids, curb and gutter does, and then we sidewalk it too, so.
Does that extension sidewalk in UTA's right of way? I mean, eventually, there was some point when at Second North, when we worked on Second North, we cut off the rail trail and made a crossing. I mean, so we've improved in their areas over on Joshua Drive, the shortcut that we did. Now, we did that with asphalt, so maybe it's a little less permanent. We don't affect their ballast there that they have on both sides of the rail trail. Is something like this, is asphalting a connection any better or any less permanent in UTA's eyes based on your?
Again, depends what you want to do. You can accomplish much of the same thing. It doesn't look as pretty. We could pave it from the end of the sidewalk over to the trail. That's done in some locations. I've seen it. You can look up and down the trail. We have other locations in town where the sidewalks are similar to this. They ended at the the rail trail right-of-way line. The reason this sidewalk ends here is because we require developers to improve their frontage. And so their frontage ends at the property line. We have several places. I'm not opposed to doing all the connections. The Parks Department's asked for that. Phillip Street, for example, is exactly like this. Sidewalks come on both sides and then short. There's a great advantage to connecting those. We could put a whole project together and do all the ones in town that are not connected that makes sense to do that. The asphalt widening, I understand what Mr. Adams is saying. I just don't see a huge advantage to that. I don't even see a huge advantage to the curb. I do see a huge advantage to the connection from the sidewalk to the trail.
I see a huge advantage in doing it right and having it done. I mean, I'm just a little honesty here. I'm tired of maintaining the city on a city level instead of improving it. I don't think we're here just to maintain. This is flat out our jurisdiction. There's no one else. UTA is not going to do it. It's not private land. It's us. You know, so I'm just like the curb and gutter issue that wasn't involved in this plan on the west side, and then so I'd like to see us improving the city.
If that is your highest priority, again, it's not a lot of money, but if that's your highest priority, we'll get it done. But there certainly are other needs in the city of similar nature that we could be spending the money on. So
You're going to get me going on iPads and new locks for this building and, you know, courts for a certain sport. Come on, don't hurl that out.
Well, I think my reasoning for thinking it's a good idea is that we're already there doing that, and so
Thank
clearly
you,
there's clearly there's a lot of priorities, and maybe there's some that are higher. I know we've been spending a lot of time lately on Case Creek Elementary, and you know how important it is to get safe routes to school there, and sidewalks are included in that process. But I guess the thought is that while and also just one question, Andy, where you're putting in asphalt right there anyway, the asphalt's not already in, or is it already in that section?
We've done the first lift. We held them off so that when the curb on the west end is complete, we can do one lift over the entire road, so it'll be.
So to Councilman Adams' points, there's some advantage in not having to cut the road again. I guess if you're already paving it, you can bring it up against curb and gutter.
That's correct, yes.
Cleaner, more pleasing, less patching. So
I think the only question in my mind is and I don't know whether this can be done with just a change order, but it would be interesting to know, you know, get some type of estimate of how much it would cost to complete that there. And
you don't have time to get an estimate and reapprove this project through the
But they would
council.
just charge more, so would there even be a?
We have a unit price for curb and gutter. It's not an outstanding unit price. We do not have a unit price for sidewalk or the ramp at the end of the trail. That, if it's done correctly, would have to come out.
So I guess the question is, do you have authority to, if the council gave direction to do it, can that be done? Can it be done without further action, I guess?
I think we have a time is of the essence clause, don't we, Shane?
I'm just wondering how you would execute it. That's my question. If we said go ahead and do it, how would you?
I go out tomorrow and talk to the contractor, and they charge us how much they want.
Sounds like you're well under any $5,000. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily.
And it's not just because it's 11:30 at night, but between the time and the debate and the discussion and should you or shouldn't you, to me this is just one of those things. If you and take Councilman out of it, if you're really just having someone that while we're there is saying this would be really good, and I don't even mean to say take you. I'm just let's just do it. Let's just do it already, and let's freaking move on to the next item.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but
yeah.
But let's just.
I'm okay with you taking me out of it.
Yeah. let's, so long as it doesn't delay the project. Call the contractor who's gonna do the curb and say, we want you to curb up to here and do it, and tie in the sidewalk up to here, and just do it, and we know, and that's well within Shane's call.
Yeah.
So, let me
Okay.
rephrase that. Shane, if it's up to you, just do it.
All right, just do it.
Thank you for
Thanks,
answering
Nike.
the question. I just didn't know if he could, I guess that was much more artfully expressed. You just, you can do it, right? You don't need a vote, or we don't need the cost. You
I would tell you that especially within reason, there are plenty of times that these are the kind of things, and that's where I say take Councilman Adams out of it. If this were just a regular citizen, and they were in here tonight, and they were asking us, and they were looking at how much time, they'd be like, oh my gosh, this is what's wrong with government. This is really in the grand scheme of this entire project. Thank you. We just want an extra few feet, and why you're there, versus you will never be back here again to just, my heavens, let's just.
I have a $500 rule. If it's $500 or less and somebody wants, I shouldn't even say this. Oops.
I'll give you some static.
Yeah.
Go ahead and Will, and with your blessing, Mayor, I could stay in correspondence with UTA if it ends up getting into that apron.
Well.
I can help. I've already.
Talk about static. I do think there's a level of that with UTA. I don't know how we did that with well, he'll get the grief for it if we do something to UTA that they don't like. But what's funny about the UTA thing is because at the end of the day, when they come back in 60 years and build a new rail crossing there, first of all, trains will be flying by then, and so they won't need to cross. Not really, but they won't even. Well, never mind. They won't even remember what was what and who did what and what was supposed to happen, and we told you. Anyway, so sometimes I also think we get caught up in can we put this on top of there, and they write it down and they keep track of it. It's like when you actually do something else at that location, it's not like they're going to say, okay, so by the way, back in 2016, you did that, and you need to put it back how it was. They're just going to build it and put it.
I do think it might be good to have it in writing, an agreement.
I would just ask Andy to use his best judgment on that, because
We'll do what we need to.
Cool. Again, back to that verbal versus written. I think it's knowing how particular they are.
Closing this, so the connection, they've put a final lift 300 feet shy of the Burton Lane Bridge. And I've heard back and forth that it's the residents' fault. I have my professional opinion on where the fault lies. I choose not to pick on anyone, but it's terrible. So it's 300 feet, just making a recommendation that we look at milling that portion off, and wherever the responsibility needs to lie there. It's not a traffic issue. I've paved my whole life. It's extremely rough. It's not a product that I would approve payment for. So we need to maybe, my recommendation strongly on that. I don't know how these guys feel, but I'm sure they care about quality control too. I'd like to look at milling that layer off. They're gonna bring the mill back to mill the west end, and the mill could take 1.5 inches off that. The transition from the bridge is horrible, and then it's all the way for 300 feet, and it's brand new asphalt. So we've been waiting for this for a long time. I think we deserve top quality. Then the last thing is just by way of our department and clarifications. There's a lot of people out there who are a little confused about what's going on. I am the Public Works liaison, so I'd like to just bring some clarity to people. We do still have a gentleman by the name of Larry Mills working full-time in the city on full benefits. And there was a lot of people have come up to me and said, what the heck is going on? So I just, in lieu of maybe not having to answer those questions anymore for people, there's confusion where they thought perhaps he retired in July or took that in lieu of some other things. But he's not our Public Works chief of staff, but he's still full-time in the city and full benefits of the city. So with that, that's my report of Public Works and what's going on in the world today.
Thank you. Any other councilman reports? Next on our agenda, we have approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes dated September 15th, 2016. If you have a chance to review, I'd welcome a motion for their approval.
I have reviewed the minutes, Mayor, and I'd make a motion to approve them.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Page. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Voting is unanimous. Next item on our agenda is approval of claims. You have one set of claims
Yep.
that has been provided to the council. If you've had a chance to review it, welcome.
I reviewed the claims this afternoon, Mayor, and, or actually earlier this week, and I would make a motion to approve them.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Lee for approval of the claims. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item on our agenda, just lost my spot, is a calendar. You have before you a 3-month calendar. We'd have you review that and let you know these events are available as well on KaysvilleCity.com. Monster Mash and Dash this Saturday, Heritage Park, 5 p.m. Welcome all of you to come out and join us. Next on our agenda is adjournment.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Adams. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. It was fun.
So let it be written. Ah, he even used the gavel.
Other than.